crisis instead of talking about the crisis instead of talking about the crisis instead of talking
So we need to continue to be that inspirational push forward into a future where more people get to have access to education, to healthcare, to all of the benefits that the wealthiest of us um, are entitled to. They should be entitled to all of us. Um, and continuing to fight for those things is never a losing battle because we're on the right side of history there, and we're going to continue that forward. So I don't really have a whole lot more to say. I think Dave has really said a whole lot of great things today, and also we should just continue moving forward for today. But I really appreciate everybody being here and really being that inspirational force in your communities. I know that we have a whole ton of activists here. If we look around the room, we have activists who've been with us for literal decades doing this work, work in the peace movement, in the environmental movement, all of these different movements. And we have young people who are just starting and coming together to make sure that the work is not in vain. While we're distracted with a lot of pandemic things right now, a lot of Greens are out there saying, you know what we need? We need people's housing to be taken care of. You know what we need? We need the EPA to be on point because, you know, what causes a lot of health issues is having pollution running rampant in your neighborhood. So Greens are really out on those fronts, and we absolutely need to be out in front of that fight and be great leaders in our communities. And I think in Wisconsin, we see all of you guys helping us out doing that, and more Greens who were not able to make it today. So I really appreciate all of the work that everybody does. And I want to give a special thanks to Monty and to Tom and to Patty, particularly, and to Dave, of course, for getting all of these things set up. You all have done a huge amount of work to make this happen. And it's really important that we thank all of the people that really help us come together and make all this stuff work. So thanks, everyone, and let's get on with it.
Thanks, Barb. Great. So next we'll just have a few quick committee reports. And also I know, once we kind of start talking politics, then probably a lot of people sort of have burning thoughts and would love to jump in. And so I just wanted to say again that we certainly will later in the day have a lot more time for discussion and to get into some of those issues. Just for right now, again, we want to try to stick to the schedule and respect people's time. So we will try to keep things moving for now. And later on, particularly after the presidential candidate forum, there will be a lot more time to open it up for discussion. So let's see. Next up, we have the Elections Committee report. So Barb, I will hand it over back to you.
Yeah, in my introduction, I totally forgot to mention that I'm also serving as the current Elections Committee chair. Just a quick plug, we're always looking for more great people to serve on the Elections Committee, either to be at the meetings and help us coordinate everything, or just to volunteer with the committee to do things like petitioning or coordinate those petitioning efforts. So if you'd like to do that, we have a Google form that people should be able to access on our website in order to sign up for the committee. Our elections committee has been fantastic. Everybody who has signed up pretty much is always attending the meetings and really doing great work to help us out every month. And since the last gathering, we've had 2 elections happen. It would have been 3 if the Wisconsin Conservation Congress had an election, but it was canceled due to the circumstances. So I want to thank everybody for helping us out with those elections. We got a bunch of people on local ballots for the spring election last December, including Alex Brower, who's here and will speak with us in a little bit. We endorsed a bunch of folks, including 3 school board candidates, I believe 3 county board candidates, and a number of other folks as well. I know that Madison had some locals. And the way that our state, just for everybody's information, the way the state committee works is that we endorse people who are not able to be endorsed locally. So if there's a local Green Party, they may endorse certain candidates that are local, but we would endorse through the state any local candidates who don't have a local, or endorse those statewide candidates. So we've endorsed a number of candidates and helped them out with their campaigns, mostly doing email and phone calling this time because of door knocking was a little bit less available to us this season. We've also been checking in recently. This is an ongoing effort to figure out how to petition for our statewide candidates this time. I called the Wisconsin Election Commission the other day, and they have sort of an unhelpful kind of answer that people can send in their petitions to people over email, have them sign it, have them consider themselves their own witness, and then send it back. And the legislature is really not helping us out with petitioning. So we're working on an effort to push that, push petitioning forward so that we either have to petition less in the state this time, or have it be removed altogether as a burden. Luckily in this state, the Green Party does not have to petition more than other parties do. However, the Republicans have a good reason to stop any efforts to get petitioning canceled. And that's because they already are in most of the positions of power in the legislature. So even if some of them had some trouble getting on the ballot, it's not going to be as bad as incumbent or for new candidates who don't have as much money or resources in order to get on the ballot. So that's kind of what I'm suspecting is going on, why the Republicans did not want to have any amendments to petitioning. But that's something that's ongoing that I think is really important that everybody should know. Presidential petitioning doesn't start for a little while, so we have some extra lead time on that starts in June. So we would hope that everything would be kind of back to normal by then, but it's very chaotic and we don't know. As for other things going on in the elections committee, we're always working on our database of categorizing folks who are interested in elections, candidates who could be green candidates, people who were past green candidates. Over the last 20 or 30 years, we've had a lot of history of candidates, but not all of them have made it into our database. So we're working on that. And we're always working on organizing more people for these big drives, because we're going to have a few of them this year. Do we have any questions or comments on this report?
All right, well, it might take a little time for people to get on the stack in the chat. So why don't we just keep moving and with committee reports, and you know, if we do get questions, maybe we can go back But yeah, thanks a lot, Barb. So next, could we hear a membership committee report from Patty?
Hi everybody. Welcome. I thought for my report today, it would be really helpful, especially for those who are joining for the first time today. If I just talk a little bit about the Membership Outreach Committee and our duties. The Wisconsin Green Party Membership Outreach Committee meets on the first Thursday of every month through Google Hangouts. The committee is currently comprised of 9 members, and we've recently welcomed 2 new members to the committee, Monty Letourneau and Joe Nathan Kingfisher. The committee responsibilities are centered around building our membership statewide and also supporting existing members. When we have our membership hats on, our duties include maintaining the Wisconsin Green Party database, tracking membership and dues, and running membership campaigns for annual dues renewals and recruiting new members. The committee, in partnership with the communications and IT committees, plans and organizes the annual gathering spring and fall. And then changing over to our outreach hats, the goal of the committee is to recruit new members, assist with the formation of new local chapters by providing education and resources. Over the last year, the Membership Outreach Committee has been working side by side with the IT committee to clean up the state database. We've also been working on developing a new member welcome pack and membership cards, which are nearly ready to go to print. And we've also produced a local chapter organizer pack. The annual membership renewal campaign is currently underway, so I encourage current members to please go onto the website and renew your membership. Or for those of you who are interested in joining, please do so on the website. It's wisconsingreenparty.org. You all have been on there. The Wisconsin Green Party is the 3rd political party in the U.S. And in order to grow in strength, we need to grow in numbers. And you can support our mission and that cause by either becoming a dues paying member and an active member, but also volunteerism is encouraged and enthusiastically welcomed. We have committees, and you can see just for what I've gone over with the Membership and Outreach Committee, how busy we are and how devoted we are to growing the Green Party. So we welcome anybody who would like to volunteer time, and also, of course, paid members are always appreciated. The Membership Outreach Committee is currently seeking volunteers statewide to assist with updating the Wisconsin Green Party Nation Builder database. That's something that you can do in your homes. Obviously, it's a good time for some of you. You may have a little bit more time to help with that. Phone calling to reach out to those on our database to see if they still want to be on the database and on our contacts, and we desperately need help for that. So we'd love to have any input and any assistance that you can provide. So I'm going to put my the Wisconsin Green Party membership email address and my phone number in the chat, and so please don't hesitate to reach out, and thanks everybody for being here today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Patty. And thanks for all the work that you've done to organize the meeting today. And so also just want to make a quick announcement. So the sign-in sheet that we were sending around, it looks like it accidentally got edited a little bit. So some people may have run into that and, been a little confused. So I just reposted the link in the chat. So if you had any issue with the sign-in page, try that link, and it should be okay now. All right. So we are pretty much on time here. It's 1 minute to 11. Bruce, would you like to give us a brief national committee report, just to say, what's going on with the national party?
Okay, not a whole lot right now. We just got through voting and discussing 24 different platform amendments that were presented this year, 16 of which were approved. Most of them are not huge changes. Actually, a lot of them are changes in wording and a few new issues. Those I'll be putting those together into a draft platform amendment, just basically collecting all the different amendments together that will then be distributed to all the delegates who will be going to the presidential nominating convention in July. Now, that's probably the biggest issue right now, but there's not really much being discussed about it. And I just went through the archives of the National Committee listserv, and I haven't, the secretary of the party has been posting the agendas for the steering committee meeting, but I can't find any minutes for the steering committee meeting, so I have no idea. And there's been no discussion on the votes list or the affairs list about where we stand in terms of whether or not we will be having a convention in Detroit. We may end up having to do what we're doing right now, and that's, the convention's not going to be 34, 35 people, more like 500 or 600. So how we can do that online, I have no idea, and I don't know if anybody has any idea. We may be able to postpone the convention to another date that was discussed earlier, but haven't seen anything on that lately. Other than that, there's been a recent discussion on dues, having national party dues, which I've favored, and I think most people in this state would not have a problem with because we're a dues-paying party. However, there's a lot of controversy about it, especially coming from those states that have party registration, places like California and New York, where you get to register what party you belong to. They count those as being Green Party members, whether they've ever participated in a meeting or contributed in any way. And the algorithm that's used to determine the number of delegates that get sent to the National Committee is very much weighted in favor of the party registration states, to the detriment of states like our own. Anyway, I would like to see a national dues because we operate on a budget of about $200,000 or $300,000 a year. I mean, there are local organizations, volunteer organizations in Milwaukee and other places that have more money than that. I mean, we have like a 1.5 person staff. That's about all we can afford. So until we start getting a steady flow of income, and asking for contributions obviously hasn't worked the entire time that I've been on a national committee. So I'd like to see maybe some people in Wisconsin would mind talking about putting together a proposal, because right now nobody's discussing it. Nobody's actually, I mean, well, people are discussing it, but nobody has ever come up with a proposal. And I think to move this thing along, we at least need to get a proposal go out there so we can vote on it and just see how many people would be interested in going to a dues-paying structure for the national party. And other than that, I think that's about it. Not much going on national level. Bye.
Okay. Great, thanks, Bruce. And Yeah, just one more quick announcement about the sign-in. It does seem like there was some issue with the previous link, so if folks could please just sign in again real quick, just to make sure, worst case scenario, you sign in twice, but it seems like with the previous link, we probably didn't get the sign-in info for a lot of people. So we want to make sure that we record that accurately, to make sure that we have quorum for decision making. And it's just important to get an accurate count and list of who signed in. So I posted that link again in the Zoom. Sorry for the hassle there.
Dave, I'd like to say real quick that there are 7 people who we do have results from. I'd like to read their names so they don't have to do it twice.
No, let's not do that.
All right.
Let's just have everyone, and I'm getting a private message. The form is no longer accepting responses. I'm getting that from 2 people.
Well, I guess I'm full of it.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, so several people are getting that. The form, for some reason, is not currently accepting responses. If you could work on that and let us know when you have an update.
Yeah.
And also, I'd like to ask people, I think everyone here is RSVP'd already for this meeting on our website. If you haven't, then please do that now, just because, and we'll share that link in a second here. That way, we can be sure that we at least have your contact info. So, if there's something funky about the registration or anything, then, at least we can get in touch with you. So I will post that link now just to make sure everyone's RSVP'd. Sorry again for the little technical difficulties. We usually have a paper sign-in sheet. So this is an experiment for us. This is the first time that we've done this. So thanks for bearing with us. Okay, so thanks again for those reports. Moving right along here, we've had, let's see, at least 3 people that I've seen join us. So welcome to Josh Anderson, Tiffany Anderson, and Angelito Tenorio. I hope I'm saying your name right. If not, please do correct me. Also, so Josh and Tiffany, if you could introduce yourselves real quick with your names, where you're located, and is this your first Green Party meeting? And Angelito, we actually had you up next along with our other office holders, candidates, and let's see, office holders and candidates, I think was up. Oh, and recent candidates as well. So we have some folks who just got done running, and we'd love to hear in brief about their experience. So I will turn it over to Barb, our elections committee chair, just to facilitate that. And take it away, Barb.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a question come in anyway about the elections committee. First of all, I want to recognize that the people on the elections committee are, besides me, are Dave, Adam Kasalki, Barbara Eisenberg, Jeff Reese, Dennis Boyer, and Tom Rodman. And we're often joined by the Greater Milwaukee Green Party co-chair, Mike McAllister. So thank you to all those people. And the question was, who's run for office and who is in office, which is a great introduction to the folks who are about to speak with us. So I am an elected official in the Conservation Congress. So is Mariah Robinson for this year. Her term should have been up, but because of the circumstances, next year there will be a lot of extra elections. So if you or anybody is interested in environmental issues and would like to dip your toes into running for office, this one is a really good one to run for. Another person we have here today who's holding office currently in the Wisconsin Conservation Congress is Julie De La Terre. So thanks to all the Greens who are in that office right now, and people who are interested in the future. We also have Bob Peterson, who we ran last year for Greater Milwaukee or Milwaukee School Board and won. Adam Kasalki ran again for school board this year in Greenfield. He did not place, but we suspect that there were some voting issues besides just the general chaos. He said that at least 60 people who were going to vote for him told him that they didn't even get their absentee ballots until after the election. Alex Brower, who you will meet in a minute, ran for city comptroller just this February. Eric Hildeman, who you will meet in a minute, is currently running for 17th District Assemblyman. Tiffany Anderson, who we just met, ran for lieutenant governor a few years ago. In Madison, we had several people run last year for city council, including Satya Rhodes Conway, the mayor, who is currently the mayor. We also had Ali Muldrow, Ananda Marilli, Patrick Heck, Matthew Mitnick, Diane Farcetta, Grant Foster, Marcia Rummel. All of these people ran for office, and most of them won their seats. And if you're interested in hearing more from them, we actually have links back from last spring's meeting where they all had, they came to speak to us about running for office and how it is actually serving. We had Bobby Gifford run this spring again. He's been on the county board by Stevens Point for years, and he has won again. Todd Allen Price was a new candidate for Kenosha School Board. Jim O'Neill was also a new school board candidate. So we have lots of candidates running, and many of these races people are either continuously winning if they're already in office or winning for the first time. So congratulations to all these people for giving it their best shot, and for all of the votes that they're winning for first time runners. And congratulations to all of the people who actually win as well, and continue on to make those differences. So with that said, I think I will first introduce Alex Brower, who ran for Milwaukee City Comptroller. Alex, take it away.
Barbara, thank you. I really appreciate the invitation. I was honored to be endorsed by the Green Party for my election this spring. I ran for city comptroller for the city of Milwaukee. To my knowledge, Milwaukee is the only city in Wisconsin that does elect a comptroller, and it's a very unique position. Unfortunately, I didn't make it through the February 18th nonpartisan primary. I came up just a few thousand votes short of moving on to the April 7th general election. But I think there's some victory to look at in there too. Despite the electoral defeat, I ran as a open socialist in this race, and I received 26% of the vote in the primary, 15,248 votes, which to my knowledge is more than any other socialist has received running for citywide office besides Bob Peterson last spring. So we're really, making a lot of difference. And in my election, I talked about, issues that we care about. Last summer, when I was formulating my campaign, I had the privilege of sitting down with Barbara, and she invited me to join the Green Party here, and I decided to do that and to run as a Green Party endorsed candidate. And I don't regret that at all. I think it's really important for us to be developing alternatives to the corporate system right now, and people are looking for that. Dave Schwab, you really said it well earlier in your address that the people are really looking for alternatives. And so I think that while I wasn't successful in my race, we really did raise a lot of issues. The issues that we raised were issues of using the comptroller's office to fight for an economy that works for everybody through public banking. And we also were advocating for the Green New Deal through the replacement of our utility, We Energies, with a municipal one. And those are both ideas that were called extreme by a lot of mainstream folks, but we were able to win a significant percentage of the vote in the primary. So did I touch on what I'm supposed to address, Barbara?
Yeah, you're doing great.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Well, and I really, the folks in the Green Party, it was a tremendous help to my campaign, and I'm really glad that setting aside DSA, the Green Party was one of the organizations that really came to help out my campaign, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you all so much. Seriously, we got to keep fighting. We can't stop. We've got to win this. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Alex. And Dave, did I cut you off?
Nope. I was just saying, awesome. Thank you.
And I just want to say, I was at Alex's victory party, and it was like a victory party. People didn't feel as defeated as you might think. Everybody stayed so long that like we all had to get kicked out at the end because the building was closing. Everybody was still talking about politics the whole night, being like, so what are we going to do now? What's the next step? And really continuing those relationships that we all fostered through Alex bringing us all together in that campaign setting. And even so, it's lasted much longer than that. And I think that all these relationships continue on, and really that is the grassroots work that we always promote. So thank you, Alex. And I think that we should move on to Angelito Tenorio. Thank you for coming. And I'm really excited that you have just become my first district alderman in West Allis. So congratulations again, and go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me, Bob, for inviting me to speak. And thank you so much to the Green Party for supporting my campaign. So a little bit about me. Like my family, I'm the son of immigrants. My family came to the United States in hopes of finding a better life. And came to Wisconsin, and they came to West Allis. And they just fell in love with the community here, the neighborhood here, and decided they want to raise a family in West Allis. And they really instilled in me like the value of giving back to the community, being altruistic, and supporting the people around you. And like to me, I did my undergrad at Madison, so that's where I first got interested in politics. And actually, something a lot of people don't know about me. When I was a student at Madison, I actually I was a Green Party candidate for Dane County Board in Madison. And I lost that race 4 years ago. So that's why I think it's really important to just keep going at it. I encourage the candidates who may not win their first election to keep going at it, because like the issues we talk about, the values that we have is really important. And I learned a lot from that race, and the skills and what I learned from that race, I brought to my race back home here in West Allis. And to be honest, like I know a lot of people don't enjoy knocking on doors and making phone calls, but it was such a rewarding experience for me, and it always will be, just being on the ground talking about what we care about. And for me, that's like the environment, anti-racism, social justice, grassroots, participatory government, where everyone can get involved. And that's why people supported my campaign, and that's why we were able to just gather around a common cause, and that inspires me moving forward. Because like a lot of people get caught up in partisan politics, but when you talk about the issues and our common values, that's what brings people together. So I'm super excited about all the great work we'll do here in West Allis, and I'm really grateful to have the support of the Green Party, because I've learned a lot since I first ran for office 4 years ago in Madison, and to where I am today here in West Allis. So thank you so much, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Angelito. And again, it's really fantastic, all of the people that Angelito brought together in his race as well. For those of you who are not really familiar with West Dallas, even though we are in Milwaukee County, it's not really part of like the deep blue area that is Milwaukee. We have a lot of very conservative people in this area. And for those of you around the state who live in these conservative districts, I don't want people to be demoralized to think that your neighbors wouldn't support the issues that we have because of that. In fact, they're probably more inclined than some folks who are deep blue to support clean water and other kinds of environmental issues that you might have and justice issues that you might have. So really, it's incredibly encouraging to see that we're winning not only in the places that we find that seem most progressive, but also those areas that are a bit more conservative. And with that, let's move it over to Eric Hildeman, who is just beginning his campaign, and he can tell us a little bit about what he's working on right now. We can't hear you, Eric. You're muted.
Is Eric muted?
Okay, can you hear me now all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. One moment. I apologize, I've kind of been multitasking a little bit. Okay, there is another video conference I've got going on that I set up beforehand concurrently. My name's Eric Hildeman. I'm running for the 17th Assembly District in Milwaukee. And this is a very interesting race because essentially, this was the district that used to be held by David Crowley. I say used to be held because he technically has won the election for county executive. Well, technically, he did win. And that means that although he is still the assemblyman for District 17 and will be to the end of his term in the beginning of 2021, his victory means that he may be wearing two hats up until the time that he's done with. And so far, I have not seen any information that indicates that anybody in the Democratic Party has yet submitted their bid for District 17 to replace him. So it's possible that I might just win this by default, being the only candidate. That means that I have to work very hard on getting enough signatures to get on the ballot. And boy, would I appreciate any help there. Am I coming through? I'm not.
Yes.
Okay, good. There was such a pause there. I was kind of wondering what was going on.
I thought Barb was going to say something. But yeah, thank you, Eric.
Okay.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you for running.
Thank you
so much for joining us today. I think that we took you away from another meeting at the same time too. I apologize about that.
No, that's quite all right. That wasn't your fault, and I'm happy to participate in both. And it's yeah, I'll leave it at that.
So just to let everybody know, Eric went through our candidate vetting process, which basically he filled out a questionnaire. That's just our general questionnaire. Then the elections committee reviewed that, made a recommendation to the coordinating council. The coordinating council voted in approval, and that's what made him a green candidate specifically. So if we were to have primaries, we could possibly have multiple green candidates running in the same race, but it's not something that we've really had to deal with too much yet. Either way, that's really the process. So if people are interested in running, that's the way to go. Also, if anybody's interested in helping with Eric's campaign with the petitioning, or just help with the elections committee in general, look to the chat and I will put my information in there. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you again.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, I'll be hanging around for a little bit. Okay, the other video chat that I've got going on right now is not going to last beyond probably 12:30 at the latest. Okay, so I'm going to be with you guys all the way until the end.
Okay, great. Yeah, so
Eric, can you say what you're running for again, please? Sorry, I was distracted.
I'm running for District 17 for the Wisconsin State Assembly. And I've got a 3-point platform that starts with election reform. The second is reproductive rights. And the third is just ending the right-wing lies that the right-wing media has been getting away with for so very long.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
all right. Awesome, thanks. And as I think Barb mentioned before, our elections committee has been very active. And, if folks are interested in running for office, then please do get in touch with us. And, we have just a sort of simple process for seeking the Green Party endorsement. So, yeah, let us know. And, thanks everyone for sharing your stories. So right now we are almost on schedule. So why don't we keep going here? Next up, we have voting on party business. And then, we had planned to take a lunch break at 11:45 and then reconvene at 12:30. We're going to try to stick to that. So very quickly, we'll talk about voting on party business. So first of all is how to vote. So everyone who has RSVP'd for this meeting and who is a member in good standing, which means that they are a dues paying member and their dues are current, they've paid within the last year, is eligible to vote. So everyone at this meeting, as part of the registration process, hopefully has had a chance to pay your dues. If not, then now is the perfect time. And maybe someone could put a link in the chat. And so every member in good standing will be emailed, I should say, a ballot that they will be able to vote on. There are 3 things that we're voting on today on that ballot. One is your preferences for the presidential nomination. Another is your preferences for delegates from the Wisconsin Green Party to the Green National Convention, which is also our presidential nominating convention. And the third is a proposed amendment to our Wisconsin Green Party bylaws, which has to do with lowering the threshold for voting or for decision making from 2/3 to 60%. So I mentioned that briefly before. We'll have a little more discussion on that in just a minute. So the way that we vote is called ranked choice voting. Hopefully many people are familiar with it. If anyone is unfamiliar with it, the brief explanation is that you rank your choices in your order of preference. So your number 1 choice gets your first rank. Then you can rank a number 2 choice, so that if your number 1 choice does not win and then is eliminated from the running, your vote will still count for your number 2 choice. And if your number 2 choice then is eliminated, then your vote can still count for a number 3 choice, and so on and so forth. So this means that every vote counts. You can vote for whoever you want, and if you don't get your first choice, then hopefully you'll get your second or your third. So candidates aren't splitting the vote. No candidate can win without support from the majority of voters. And Yeah, basically that is how we encourage voting in all of our elections. So we practice it here in the Green Party. We also have an option that has been a source of a little bit of confusion, so I'll just touch on it briefly. We give people the option to vote none of the above. That can be a little confusing in the context of ranked choice voting, so you can think of it as none of the below. So, for example, you can put your first choice first, and then your second choice second, and then your third choice may be none of the above, meaning that you would prefer no candidate to any of the other options on the ballot. If anyone has questions about that, feel free to put them in the chat, and hopefully some of our party members can, answer those in the chat. But it's never been a big source of confusion or problems before, so hopefully it won't be a big issue today. So we have a ballot with our. Okay, so there are questions coming in. I'll ignore the temptation to read them. Hopefully people can answer them in the chat. If there's still confusion, then we can address them. So we have, again, our presidential nominating convention. We'll hear later on from at least 2 of our recognized presidential candidates who have agreed to come here and speak with us today. And also, we will open the floor basically now for self-nominations for to be a delegate to the presidential nominating convention. So maybe I'm not remembering the exact dates off the top of my head. It's in mid-July, I believe.
The weekend of the 12th.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, July 12th, 13th. It was originally scheduled to be that weekend in Detroit. Now with the pandemic, as Bruce mentioned before, the National Party has not yet made a decision. Okay, and we're seeing from DOTSA that it will be virtual. So I think, thanks DOTSA. All right, so if the meeting is virtual, then it is less important that people are able to actually attend in person, and more just they're willing to make the commitment to attend the virtual presidential nominating convention the weekend of July 12th and 13th. And it actually goes for, it typically starts on Thursday afternoon, goes through Friday, and then I believe the vote is usually on Saturday, and then it ends on Sunday. So ideally, people would be willing to attend for multiple days. But the most important thing is the ability to attend that weekend. So people are able to self-nominate as delegates to the National Convention. Your name will go on the ballot. You can, make a brief case, either speaking, or you can just type something in the chat about why you would like to be a delegate, why you feel that you could do the job. And the official job of our delegates, as I understand it, is to cast our presidential preference votes at the National Convention. And so the question, how many delegates are we electing? I believe it is 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Barb. Yeah, so we'll be electing 4 delegates. And also, at least in the past, there's always been the option to attend even if you're not a delegate. And I believe that will also be the case this year. Although I haven't have been part of the planning process of the virtual convention, I do believe that other people will be able to attend, even if you're not elected as a delegate. But if you definitely would like to go and you definitely would, want to participate in that way, Bill says, how about nominating someone rather than self-nominating? That is also an option. They would have to accept the nomination, obviously, to be placed on the ballot. Yeah, but also please don't be shy about self-nominating. We do it all the time here. I want to give people just a few minutes to think about whether they want to self-nominate to be a delegate to a national convention, and so we can touch on the last item that will be on the ballot. So this is a proposed change to the Wisconsin Green Party bylaws. Currently, our method of voting is that if we can't reach consensus on an item, we can call a vote. And to pass the item, it takes 2/3 yes votes, or at least 2/3 yes votes. So for example, if you have 3 no votes, you would need 6 yes votes for something to pass. Abstain votes are possible, but they don't count towards that calculation. So with 100 people voting, you would need 67 people voting yes to pass an item, as one example. This bylaws change would change that from 2/3 to 60%. So for a decision to pass, it needs at least 60% yes votes. And yeah, so using the same example, 100 people voting, you would need 60 yes votes would pass the item. So I'm not exactly a neutral presenter here because I proposed this amendment, but I'll explain the background and then we can open it up to a little bit of discussion. I still do want us to get a lunch break at 11:45, so people can feel free to go and get lunch at 11:45. If others want to stay around and have some discussion and make their voice heard on this issue, then that's also an option. But we want to make sure that we give people both the break and give people a chance to discuss. So anyway, I will give the pro case for this bylaws change. So originally in the Wisconsin Green Party bylaws, the process was to try to achieve consensus. But if a vote had to be called, then you needed an 80% vote to pass something. So in recent years, we've had discussion about how, while consensus is ideal, it often doesn't work as well in practice as it's intended to. And what you get instead of consensus is sort of a process that is inherently conservative and resistant to change. One way of looking at it is that if 80% of people vote for something, then it's very popular, and that's sort of like democracy plus consensus. But what that also means is that just 25% or 21% of people who are voting can block change, and sometimes change is needed. But we basically in the party, we did have consensus to lower the threshold from 80% to 2/3. And the discussion has continued since then. People have brought up that, okay, so I see Bruce is on stack, but I'll just finish what I'm saying here. So the National Party makes decisions based on a 2/3 majority, and as well as some other state parties. And there have been problems with that too. For example, there have been votes where an item will get over 60% yes votes, but fall short of the 2/3 majority. So again, you can have a case where basically 35% of people overrule the will of 65% of people. And, I think there still is an understandable case for not going to just a bare majority, because especially numbers and attendance can fluctuate. And if you have a situation where people can, make changes with just 50% plus one, then you can get to situations where the party is more split and, 6 people can overrule 5 people, and that can discourage consensus building and encourage factionalism. But at the same time, we don't want to be overly conservative and sort of empower people in the party who want to prevent change when it's clear that a sizable majority does want change. And we've had, a number of things, including changes to our platform that had over 60% support, but didn't pass for that reason. So we have some people on stack, but I think, I'll just close by saying I believe 2/3 has worked well, but it still is a little bit extreme for where we need to go, especially as we grow. And I feel like going to 60% is a good move that most people can be happy with. So I'll pass with that, and we can go to the stack. So have Bruce and then Greg. Bruce, you want to go ahead?
Okay. I'm a trained consensus facilitator, trained by one of the best. And also, I've studied Robert's Rules of Order. Actually, got a 3-credit course in it. Consensus works very well with a number of groups, but you need to have very strong common bonds. It can't be a group that's has very lot of diverse opinion in it. And the other thing with true consensus is it takes time, and we often don't have that, even at meetings like today. So I have no problem with going to a lower threshold. And I agree that just a sure majority vote would probably lead to some factionalism. But the actual thing is that in the entire history of this party, the state party, very seldom have there been any really controversial issues that most of the time we just agree by consensus. Maybe once we start getting meetings of 400 or 500 people, but this is meeting online. It's pretty nice because it's like one of the biggest meetings we've had in a long time at a statewide level. So I'm in favor of this proposal. Oh, and the other thing is that the National Party uses a 2/3 majority for most of the important decision making, which I will agree with David, makes it very hard to change anything. All the rules, all the platform positions, everything requires 2/3. There are some things that require only a simple majority, but those are very few. So the idea I brought up earlier about going to a dues-paying National Party, which is favored by Holly Hawkins and a lot of people, will be very difficult because we'll need to get 2/3 of the delegates to change our bylaws to allow that to happen at the national level. Pass.
Thanks, Bruce. So we have Greg and then Barb on the stack.
I'll pass.
Okay. So Greg passed, if I heard correctly. And then Barb, go ahead.
Yeah, well, just in context, a lot of us, whenever these meetings come around again during the year, we start looking through our bylaws again. And just like any other written document, it's moving towards perfection, but it's not quite there yet. So a lot of people have been thinking of different things that could really be improved. And we've had situations in the past where things get very contentious over small pieces of language change, whether or not it really was a huge change in context of the whole document or in context of how we run. But these things can take a lot of time, and we only get to meet a couple of times a year like this. So with that said, really this kind of change could move our process along a lot quicker so that we could make those changes and really feel like we accomplished a whole lot during meetings like this. So I'm fully in support, and I'll pass. Thanks.
Thanks, Barb. All right. I see we also have some comments in the chat from people. So I encourage everyone to read those. All right. So right now we're at 11:45. So right on time, I want to give people a chance to take your lunch break. We'll reconvene at 12:30. I believe there's no problem if you leave the Zoom meeting going, if you're okay with that, or you could leave the meeting and then call back in at 12:30 if you prefer. Yeah. And if people want to continue speaking about this or have any other questions, they can feel free to stick around for a little bit. There's a question, does anyone want to speak against this proposed change? Or, does anyone have any unresolved concerns?
Second question, has the sign-in sheet been fixed?
So that's a question probably from Monty or Tom. Has the sign-in sheet been fixed?
Tom Stack. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, there were multiple issues with it, and I think I've moved forward. However, I need somebody to test it. It's hard for me because I got too much, in the way of power.
I can do that.
Well, you have to do it as a anonymous person. So yeah, why don't you wait and we'll give you an update.
Yeah, I was just hoping, ideally we can all get signed in over lunch.
Oh, and then, right, one other thing, I don't know if people are aware that the streaming is apparently working to YouTube, and I put the link in the URL, in the chat, and I also put it on the Spring Gathering page on the main website. But
okay.
When we're done, the entire meeting will probably go up on Facebook and the YouTube as well.
Greg Stack.
Go ahead, Greg.
On your first question, Dave, if we're going to have a discussion about consensus, I would hope that it wouldn't be during lunch period where some people would be there and some people wouldn't. Pass.
Okay. So, regarding the current rules change, and yeah, people are sort of free to continue speaking about it if they want. People are free to put their comments in the chat section as well. And we're encouraging everyone to read the chat just to see what everyone is saying. But yeah, I will say, we did tell people there'd be a lunch break at 11:45, that we're going to reconvene at 12:30. And we are trying to respect people's time and stick to the schedule. So, so we're just trying to balance being able, everyone being able to be heard with being able to get to all the things that we need to get to.
Right. And because this is such an important thing, this is our decision-making process. I'm just hoping that we could, if we're not done discussing it, that we can discuss it after lunch.
Okay. So there will be a little bit of time after lunch. We'll reconvene. Then we have some announcements. Those shouldn't take terribly long. Then we will talk about a call for volunteers, committee members, and local organizers. If there's leftover time before the presidential forum, then we can continue this discussion. But we do have to start the presidential forum right at 1 to respect the time of our presidential candidates. So hopefully that'll work for everyone. So okay, so people really want to leave for lunch. So let's adjourn. Well, Barb is on the stack, so let's hear from Barb and then let's adjourn for now.
I just want to quickly remind everybody that because of the way our bylaws changes work, we did already have a discussion period for this topic last fall. Pretty much we had the same discussion that we had today, except for some concern that of a possible slippery slope that we could end up with less and less people needed for a vote to pass. That was, I'd say that's a pretty, that's kind of the characteristic of what happened last fall. But pretty much we had over an hour conversation about this last fall. So I don't feel like we have to take all day on this topic. Everybody has the chance to vote on it. People can put things in the chat. We did ask for any comments and people stayed pretty quiet. So I think that our plan is good. And if anybody is really compelled to speak about it, we'll probably have a few minutes after lunch to speak. But thanks everyone. And I'm ready for lunch.
Yeah, and if you really want to share some comments, please put them in the chat. We will encourage everyone to read the chat, but we also want everyone to get their lunch and not feel like they have to stay for more discussion. So thanks everyone.
I'd like to say one last thing.
12:30.
It looks like the sign-in form is working. Please feel free to do so over lunch.
Great. If you could post the link one more time, that'd be perfect.
Absolutely. Actually, Tom, can you do that? I don't know how to post a link that doesn't give edit.
Sorry, so everyone can leave, but I wanted to answer also a question about the none of the above thing that came in earlier, because I realized we didn't get to that yet. So it said, if you select the none of the above option, if you only want to vote for a select few of the candidates rather than ranking all of them, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, if you have a first choice and then a second choice, but then you say, well, I don't have a third choice, I would rather just have no one than any of the other candidates, then you would put none of the above third. So I hope that clears it up. And voting will happen later today after we get self-nominations for delegates to the National Convention. Then we'll have all the information we need for our ballot. And we'll send it out to all members in good standing. So hope that helps. Any other questions, put them in the chat and enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, this is Kurt Bolton. I have a question for 612-64913. I don't know who your name is. Could you identify yourself?
Yeah, my name is Farheen Hakeem. I keep getting cut off and
Farheen. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll make sure.
Hey, listen, I actually don't have access. Hello?
Hang on. Yeah, hang on a sec. Let me just shut my phone off, Farheen. What was that again?
I don't have access to any of the links on the chat. Like, do I have to go to a computer to do that? Or is there any other way I can? Because I wanted to donate so I could become a voting member. I wanted to, like, sign up. But is the only way through because I only sent an email to Barbara, like, hey, can you send me that? And I didn't hear that.
Okay. Why don't you give me, do you want me to send you an email
Yeah, that'd be
with
great.
the links? Okay. What's your email address?
It's hijabicycle@gmail.com. I'll spell that for you. Wait, what's your name?
Kurt Bolton.
Oh, I don't have your email. Okay.
Yep.
I have Monty's email. I don't have David Schraub's email. So, anyways, my email is hijabicycle. H as in Harold, I as in Iowa.
I'll tell you what,
Joker.
Farine.
But, yeah.
You want me to have Monty give you the information?
That'd be great.
Okay. You were looking for how to donate.
Yeah, I want to become a dues paying member so I can vote.
Okay. So you want to know how to donate. And what was the other question?
Sign up.
Sign up. Okay. For the sign up form. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
All right. I will get in touch with him and have him get back to you.
Thanks.
All righty. Bye-bye.
I see the email. I'll send her the link too.
Oh, I don't have to ask Monty then?
Thank you.
I'm in the kitchen, but if anybody wants me, I am still available by audio.
Hey Tom, hey Monty, Curtis, how are you guys doing?
Pretty good,
we're
pretty
doing
good.
fine. Is that you? Is that you, Mary?
It's me.
Yeah.
No, nobody's getting sick over there? Y'all staying well?
I tell people I'm 96.8 and that's not my IQ, okay?
Almost, wait, am I?
Yeah,
almost all my social world is just like this.
Yeah, me too.
My job is just like this. I'm actually doing, today I'm doing something very similar in a way. I support Comcast security systems over the phone from right here in my house.
Wow.
And so this is just a complex trouble call. I mean, what do you call it?
Super cool.
can't remember the core word for what it is I do. But yeah, it's just putting things in chat and looking things up and making sure I've checked every window. Very much like work, which is kind of nice because I can actually enjoy it. I feel like I know what I'm doing.
So staying home for your work is all right with you?
Yeah, the commute of 5 or 6 feet here is from the bed is pretty nice. It's hard to argue with, even in, well, particularly at 12 below January mornings. But especially like right now, I'm still drawing a check. Nothing's changed for me except that I'm not going out to protests and green meetings, and so I'm actually pretty happy with the way this is forcing half the country to get more used to Zoom. Even if we don't use Zoom, I think we lost Julie.
Oh, she let it go.
I don't see her anymore, and she's wanting something more secure.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, if somebody wants a record is bad enough, they're in the meeting. It's not that hard to get a plant into the Green Party, so I don't tend to worry about that unless
Tom's
it's
muted.
What?
Tom's lips are moving, but he's muted.
Yeah, Tom, you're muted. He's probably talking to somebody else then.
Oh.
But that's kind of what I mean. Like, it's like work. Is I'm used to having all these back channels while I'm dealing with the front channel, and by the time I do this again, I'll be good at it. But we'll probably be doing it totally differently.
Very cool. Well, I just wanted to check in for a minute. I'm gonna go do a lunch.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm trying to cook my dinner without burning it. Now that you mentioned it.
All right. Take care, Mary.
Back at you. See you in a little while.
All right.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how when I'm in this zone, even though my kitchen is only 10 feet away, I forget I'm cooking in there. Burn stuff all the time. But I gotta say, this has got to be getting people stir crazy because even I'm feeling that way now. And I'm used to staying home and doing nothing. The biggest issue with this virtual background thing is it won't display the entire picture unless you pick one of the pictures it comes with. I'm not sure how to fix that. I stand corrected. You just have to have a picture of the right shape.
I'm gonna turn my video off so you don't have to watch me eat money.
Oh, that's all right. I was kind of planning on having to say it see happen, but maybe I'll just join you in that.
Yeah, I hear you.
Figure out how to. Well, at least I finally figured out how to get the picture display right, and that is to make it the right shape and flip it. If you want it to have text, you gotta flip it. So, kill.
Alright.
Luckily, you can delete these real easy. There's a D phone in the waiting room, and I'm letting them in. Hello, D phone. Can you hear me? Hello? New member?
Hello.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi. We're currently at lunch. We're taking a lunch break.
Okay.
And I was hoping to edit your name to represent who you are, if you don't mind me asking.
This is Dennis Lambert.
Oh, thank you. And let me get that done for you. Well, welcome aboard. If you look at the agenda, I think we're on.
I haven't.
All right.
I don't
Well,
know.
let me just tell you, lunch break was at 11:45. Reconvene 12:30.
Okay. I wasn't too sure what time zone you guys were in. That's why I'm a little late getting to the phone call.
Oh, sorry, Central. I just realized why I recognize your name. Dang it. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
My name is Monty. Monty Laterno.
Okay.
Do you have a way to come in with video?
Yeah, I'm driving right now, and I just don't want that additional distraction.
Oh, heck no.
Heck
no.
I'm actually going to go get an oil change because I've been on the road for the last month and haven't been able to do regular maintenance on my vehicle.
Well, if you get a chance, before we bring you on to talk, I recommend you try to sign in with video, and please feel free to be signed in twice if that's more convenient for you or not.
Okay.
And of course, if that's not possible, about half our attendance is by audio only anyway. But we are putting a video on the we're streaming live on YouTube and putting up the result when we're done on Facebook, just so you know.
This is me driving. Fortunately, I'm
that's
at a
good.
stoplight.
I'm making lunch, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
And everybody else who's bothering to can hear us. We got about actually, let me do a count. 5, 6 by 5. We got 29 people attending at the moment.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. We're doing better than we usually do, and I step forward. But we also like to meet in person, of course. But we have a lot of people who probably wouldn't be here otherwise.
Unfortunately, where I live, there's no internet service.
Oh, really?
the only thing I can get would be satellite, and they want to charge me $80 a month for throttled service. And you only could get
Yeah,
5
and
gigs of use.
satellite's really hard for an app like this, at a situation like this, because it has huge lag time. The signal
Yeah.
going back up to the satellite and back down every time um, introduces quite a bit of lag that people aren't used to. Of course, when you're giving a monologue, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, the Appalachian Regional Commission has granted my electric company, I think, $5 million to build a internet infrastructure in the rural counties where it serves that we don't have service. But
Yeah, I was
we don't.
recently in a county where I had to I had to rent an office in town to have this job that I have to and it was even hardly any better than but the connection that I had at my house was about as bad as a wired connection can be. And so to get this job, I considered going on satellite, but I could never. Every single customer calling me up would be like, "Are you still there? Are you there? Are you gonna answer me?" No, I would make up the job a week. But
yeah, they told us it'll be 5 years before they have any internet out towards us.
Well, I could say good chunks of Wisconsin are like that. Although mostly Wisconsin has service, but we still have some places that are entirely off the entire set of grids, and they don't. But even where I was, I had to spend an extra. I spent over a third of my wages commuting into town and renting an office there and paying for another connection, and it was hardly any better. But it was enough to keep me from barely enough to keep me from getting fired for it. And that's just not right, it's hard enough to get a job in these areas nowadays.
Yeah.
And to deny
not only
people
that, I mean, I've got like a 5-mile radius around my house where I don't even have a cell phone signal.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, I'm with my current cell phone company because you could walk up onto our porch if you had Verizon and if it was a good day and you had a nice phone. You could walk all the way up on our porch, but you open the door, you lose the signal. And in the house, it's only Wi-Fi available. No phone company penetrates into that trailer. And so I had to get one of the first available ways to transit back and forth between Wi-Fi and the cell. And it just plain, at least you could get to my door. I didn't have your situation. I'll call you back in 10 minutes. That's crazy. Well, that's probably more like 15 minutes. And I don't know. It's rough. And Wisconsin keeps talking about working on that, but it's just kind of just a little bit at a time, They never really take a chomp out of it. Hopefully now that we have a non-Republican in office, or governor, that might change. But people just don't realize. Sorry.
I've only been to Wisconsin one time when I was in the Army Reserves. We did our 2 weeks of training up there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was there once myself when I was again in National Guard, and I think I was actually up there twice. Once as reservist, once as a guardsman. It's someplace most people in Wisconsin don't know anything about. It's kind of like somehow tucked away in a corner as big as it is, and center of the state, pretty much.
I thought it was mostly a groundhog habitat.
Oh yeah, it's a good call. Good call.
But
Yeah, one of the
when I was
last.
up there, people were asking me if I was related to any of the people that own the cranberry bogs because my last name Lambert. Apparently, there's a couple people who are a couple
There
families that
is.
own cranberry bogs.
There is, yeah. Yeah, and one of the last things of note I did up there was find a badger that I had suspected was in the yard for about 5 years. You could kind of tell because they widened the groundhog holes. And almost got in a fight with my dog. But at the very last minute, when it was about to get nasty, pull him off. It's really weird to watch a badger get ready to defend itself. It ends up looking like a carpet. It looks exactly like a stereotype bear carpet.
Are you guys talking about Fort McCoy?
Yeah, actually.
Yes?
Yep.
Are you aware that every fourth Tuesday, there's a group of people who've been going there to hold a vigil against the drone training for
I did not.
10 years?
Yeah, I haven't been anywhere near it for over a year now, and
Just to say it's not fully forgotten by everybody?
oh yeah. I mean, you can't live in Tacoma or that whole area there without knowing all about it. But when I first went up there from Milwaukee at the ripe old age of early mid-20s, maybe even late mid-20s, I was kind of amazed that this huge thing was here in the middle of the state and nobody talks about it in Milwaukee. It's not really middle, but it's close enough that don't know what else to call it. Middle West. Anyways, I'm gonna eat now, so my mic is going dead.
lunch hour, everyone.
All right, everyone, it's almost 12:30. So we are almost ready to get back started up here. I'm sure some people are still having lunch, so expect people will drift back in. All right, so it looks like the sign-in sheet is working now. So everyone, please make sure to sign in so we can make sure that everyone's info.
Just let Plouffe in again. I forgot the real name.
Who's Plouffe?
Okay,
We had him
so
renamed before. Oh, it looks like they didn't actually come in. I must have been waiting too long.
let me go ahead and see if I can fix that. Go.
Oh, is that you, Jeff? Are you Plouffe?
Yeah, that stands for Prairie Lakes UU Fellowship. So
there you go.
There we go.
I think I got you.
Okay, there.
Can I have
I
someone
got it
repost
now.
that link in the chat so I can try to sign in?
Oh.
Yeah, Monty, could you or someone could you repost the sign-in sheet in the chat?
Thank you.
Okay, and the Bill that just joined, is that Bill Bryan?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, you renamed yourself. Thank you. All right. I can hear people honking. The no F-35s car caravan protest is happening here in Madison. So that's good to hear. I would definitely be there if I wasn't here. We've been involved in the no F-35s thing, and man, people are not happy right now. But so anyway, we are now posting on social media the link to the live stream so that people can share that around, and so that folks will be able to watch on YouTube the presidential forum in particular. But also, if anyone wants to participate or at least watch the meeting remotely, we've made it try to make it a habit to live stream our state meetings in recent years. Meanwhile, there's a huge protest against the safer at home order. Yeah. Well, I'll just say that for those of us who take science seriously, we're not having those kind of protests. So normally I would much prefer that people protest not in their cars, but in this case, we have to make an exception. And at least they're making a lot of noise and annoying, the people who, hopefully annoying the people who have made this decision. To find, making a lot of noise in poor and, communities of color here in our city, and poisoning our drinking water and all that. So hopefully we'll get some results with that. All right, so now we have some announcements to make. As I mentioned, we are, we have a live stream link up on YouTube. We've now shared that on the Wisconsin Green Party Twitter account and Facebook page. So if folks are on Facebook and or Twitter, please share those. Particularly with any groups or any friends, allies, comrades who you think would be interested in checking that out. So another announcement that we have, if anyone would like to self-nominate themselves as a delegate to the presidential nominating convention, or if anyone would like to nominate someone else. If you do want to nominate someone else, then that person would have to accept before being placed on the ballot. And then if folks can just put in the chat why they think they would be a good delegate and would like to do that, fulfill that role, that would be helpful. Then Barb, do you want to say a word about the mascot contest? Barb, are you back yet?
Sure, I can say something about that.
Great, thank you.
So we have been talking about this mascot idea for a while, and I see Jennifer is holding up a mascot that she made for us. That's awesome. So for a long time, I've said, the other two parties have the donkey and the elephant, and we don't have a lively animal that that really is our mascot in the Green Party. And I thought that this definitely should be pushed as a national thing eventually, but at least in the state of Wisconsin, it seems like I've been getting more and more support about getting a mascot that's an animal, and particularly a turtle. And I thought that the turtle would be a really great representation of the Green Party in general. One, because a lot of them are green physically. There are turtles all around the United States, and we have some great turtles in Wisconsin. I really appreciate the snapping turtle personally. I love the snapping turtles that we can see here out on our natural bodies of water here. And they're also a great representation of environmentalists and environmentalism. They're often a symbol of the environmental movement in general. And additionally, there's all these great metaphors and this language about wisdom around turtles. Slow and steady wins the race. It's a tortoise, but people get the idea. So I've thought about this for a while, and we had a proposal last year just for our state to seek out a mascot. And we've been meaning to really bolster that competition and get a whole bunch of entries. And so far, Jennifer has her submission. Nathan painted us beautiful pictures of turtles, which I should just put up on the website so everybody can see them. But why don't I just commit to being the one to put up a page on our state website so that everybody can submit their turtle ideas, and then eventually we can vote on those as well. So unless there's any questions, I think that pretty much sums it up.
All right, thanks, Barb. Yeah, and if anyone is interested in participating and coming up with a turtle mascot for our contest, then get in touch with Barb. So then next announcement. Okay, so we mentioned the national meeting, and again, that's been put a little bit in flux. It now sounds like, from what DASA said, that they plan is to hold a virtual meeting. The Green Party website still says it's being held in Detroit. So that is the weekend of July 9th through July 12th. So it would be the 11th and 12th are the critical dates, the most critical dates, that Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, so again, if folks are interested in attending the national meeting and going as a delegate, then feel free to nominate yourself as a delegate. Feel free to nominate someone else and ask if they'll accept. And we also wanted to make a little bit of space here for local meetings announcements. So typically in Madison and Dane County, we have the Four Lakes Green Party meeting. We've been holding that the first Wednesday of the month. Although historically we've adjusted our meeting times based on what works best for the most active members. This month we actually put it off a little bit, as we sometimes do, based on both the election and just kind of on the chaos of the pandemic. So we wanted to try to figure out how to have a virtual meeting. So our next Four Lakes Green Party meeting will be next Wednesday, April 22nd, which just so happens to be Earth Day. So I will, right now we just have a Facebook link. We do also have a local email list where we send out those meeting announcements. So I'll put that link, at least to the Facebook event, and people who are in Madison, who are in Dane County, that area, definitely please get in touch with me if you're interested in getting involved with our local chapter. Does someone from the Greater Milwaukee chapter want to make an announcement about when your next meeting will be?
We meet on the second Saturday of the month. We had been meeting in libraries before the world changed. But our next meeting will be probably on this very platform. Again, on Saturday, May 9th, 10:30 to 12:30. We try to conduct business swiftly and judiciously, also keeping taking care of people's time. So, and you can also go to our Facebook page and the GMGP discussion list. I do not have those links handy right now, but drop me a line at workingwriter@prodigy.net if you need information.
Great. All right, so next up, in terms of announcements, okay, and yeah, so we're almost at 1:15, and we're going to try to start our presidential forum right at 1, so we can get the full time in. We also wanted to make a call for volunteers, committee members, and local organizers. So I'll just say briefly about our committees, and we have a sign-up sheet for our committees on the state party level. So our committees are, where the work gets done. And we have a lot of people who are, active members in the state party from around the state who participate in those committees. The committees that we have currently are elections, membership outreach, IT, communications, platform and policy, campaign training school, and finance. So I just posted in the chat. I should have identified what I was posting. Let me see if I can. Well, if someone can just post that and make it clear that it's the committee sign up form. And then, yeah, so if you're interested in any of those, I mean, I don't know if anyone has any questions about what they do. Hopefully it's somewhat self-explanatory from the name. They're all very important, and, they can all use more members. So if you would, if you're interested, it doesn't even necessarily mean that you are committed. It just means that you're interested in hearing more. So if you, sign up on that sheet, then we'll get in touch about, the committee. And I think there's, just a little bit of space about your background, your skills, your values, why you want to join the committees that you do. And yeah, so, we just have a relatively straightforward approval process. And yeah, we would love to have people's help on those. Another thing that we're looking for is local organizers. So we, are always hoping to expand our number of active locals around the state. And recently we've been talking about organizing parties on the congressional district level, with the 8 different congressional districts in Wisconsin. And now it feels, with the current situation and kind of travel being limited and a lot of things happening online, that sort of makes more sense even now than it did before. So I know we have a number of different congressional districts represented on this call. So if people are interested in organizing in their congressional district and their community, then yeah, please just sort of shout out in the comments, raise your hand virtually, and we'd love to get in touch with you and follow up on what the next steps can be. So I know there's some questions coming in the chat. So one was about nominations. Let's see. So Brian has nominated Barbara Dahlgren, Dave Schwab, Patty Ashby, and Mike McAllister. So I would be willing to go. I'm planning to go to the presidential nominating convention either way. I've gone before, not as a delegate. So if someone else is interested in, being a delegate, then, I'd be happy to support that. I'd also be, happy to be nominated. So that's kind of where I'm at. See some people are getting on the stack. And also if other folks who are named want to, speak to, whether they accept those nominations, then feel free to get on the stack too. So I have Bruce and Patty on the stack. Go ahead, Bruce.
Okay, normally we would nominate an equal number of alternate delegates to go to the presidential nominating convention. I don't know if that's going to be necessary this time around, or I don't know. I'm sure they'll probably do it, but we don't have any details on that. So we might want to consider least nominating a few alternates in case something happens on the date of the convention and somebody, gets sick or something else happens. So it doesn't hurt. Pass.
All right, thanks, Bruce. Okay. So, active comments. Patty, go ahead.
I'd just like to say thanks for the nomination. I really appreciate the confidence. But I'm going to decline because I really feel that I need to keep my focus on sort of refining the membership processes. So my time is limited, so I'm going to decline because I really want to focus in the next year on getting membership tightened up. But thanks.
Okay, great. So on the stack, I've got Barb, McAllister's, Curtis, and then I'll put myself on as well. Go ahead, Barb.
Just a couple things. The first is that thanks, Bill, for nominating me. I'd be happy to accept. I planned to go to the national convention either way, so I don't mind carrying out that responsibility. I've not done it before, but I've been pretty impartial about the campaign so far, and I'd be happy to support whoever Wisconsin wanted me to support for that task. That said, just because I'm co-chair right now, I don't want people to just vote for me because I'm co-chair already. If people are really excited about doing this, I'd like for folks to step up, even if they're a little bit anxious that they haven't taken on such a role before. I think it's important to get new people into positions like this so that everybody can really learn all of the great things that they can do and build confidence in their own work in the Green Party. So I guess that's a yes. I can be on the ballot, but don't feel like people have to vote for me as co-chair. The other thing is that besides local organizing, I am in touch with the Young Greens. The Young Greens, for all of those of you who don't know, is one of our caucuses. It serves the 35-year-old and under population of the Greens. So if you are 35 and under, you are capable of joining the Young Greens and organizing. Some of you have experience with that, working with youth organizations, green youth organizations around Wisconsin. If that's the case, I'd love to talk with you more about that so that we can really get that sector of organizing going as well. And I'll pass. Thanks.
Can I drop something right on top of that?
So do you have a point of process or direct response or?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to what she just said and say that I was a member of the Youth Caucus because I was back in college in my 30s and 40s, and I actually went past 35, and it felt pretty ridiculous, but in retrospect, you should be there if you can.
Okay, so we have some other folks on the stack. McAllister's. Then, yeah, go ahead, McAllister's. Not sure which one of you it is.
Hi there. I would accept nomination as a delegate. It would be much more likely for me to attend if it is virtual. Otherwise, traveling would be difficult for me. At the same time, folks should know that I have endorsed and done some volunteer work for Howie Hawkins, and would be honored to serve. I definitely want to echo everything Barb said about if you are if you think you would like to be a delegate, that would be wonderful. So please don't hesitate to nominate yourself. And I would not be brokenhearted if a new person or a young person would step up. Pass.
Thanks, Mike. All right, so next we have Curtis, and let me just point out that we have 5 minutes until 1, so please try and be quick. Curtis, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I just went to the Wisconsin Green Party officer nomination site. The number of people have asked to represent their district on the Common Council. I don't know if we have to vote on that or if they can just be signed on or not, but it might be a good idea to respond to these people.
Yeah, that's a good question. So let's not get too into right now. Usually we have those elections at our fall gathering, but we can, we can fill vacant spots during the course of the year. But it's a little more complicated. We hadn't planned to do that today. So yeah, anyone who's interested in getting involved, again, let us know, and we'll definitely follow up whatever you're interested in doing.
Point of
all right.
correctness.
Yeah, go ahead.
We are allowed to fill those spots through the coordinating council meetings. So if it's a vacant spot, as some of them are, and you signed up for a district that is not filled right now, we can consider that at the next coordinating council meeting.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. So anyway, to keep things moving, because we have 4 minutes until the start of the forum. So I was on stack, and then I have one more person on stack, Jim Young, and then Bill has nominated 2 more people in the chat. So I just wanted to quickly say, in the interest of full disclosure, as I've mentioned to the state party already, I just recently have started doing contract work for the Howie Hawkins campaign. And previous to that, I was supporting Howie Hawkins. And since I started doing that work, I have decided to recuse myself from all decisions that could be seen as affecting how our party weighs in on the presidential nomination process. I don't think that necessarily would prevent me from being a delegate. Obviously, I would cast my vote however the state party wants. I just wanted to mention that as a general announcement today, so that full disclosure. So next we have Jim Young, and then Bill Bryan has nominated Greg Banks and Tiffany Anderson. So go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. So I just wanted to put out, my support for women to be in this position, and also with new members, particularly anybody that speaks different languages and parts of different, cultural backgrounds, that we can go back then after this process and share that, in a wider scope of community. And it's really easy to be a part of the process. And if you're just an alternate, nominate yourself. And these are great experiences. I went to the one in Georgia years ago, and it was a wonderful experience, and met great people and got good ideas to bring home. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. So then we have nominations on the table for Greg Banks and Tiffany Anderson. Would either of you like to respond to those real quick before we get to our presidential forum in a minute?
Greg Stack.
Go ahead.
So I want to thank Bill for the nomination. Very kind. for trusting me with that kind of responsibility. I think I've been a delegate before and I really enjoyed doing it. I learned a lot in the process and met a lot of wonderful people. I can't accept that right now because of other responsibilities, but thank you anyway.
Okay. Tiffany, would you like to respond?
Please. Yeah, I'll accept. Thank you, Bill. I've been to the national committee meeting before, but never as a delegate. But yeah, I'd be happy to do that if you guys choose. Definitely if it's digital.
Great. Okay. So I believe at this point we have so Tiffany, Barb, Mike, and I have all said that we are willing to do it. So I would say if anyone else would like to self-nominate, feel free to put it in the chat. For now, we do have 4 candidates for delegate that I've accepted, if I'm not mistaken. So we can move forward for right now. And then, Barb, do you know if Dario has called in at this point?
I just got a text message. Let's see if there's an issue. It's not about Dario. I did get a email like about a half an hour ago said that from their campaign saying that they got everything and they're excited about it. So maybe it's taking a minute.
All right. Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll join us soon. So I see that Howie Hawkins has joined us. So welcome, Howie. Thanks for joining us. We are right now at the start of our presidential forum. So, you and Dario both accepted our invitation to come here and speak. So thanks for that. The first segment will allow you up to 15 minutes to speak. And, we'll do that for both campaigns. And after that, we will start taking questions in the chat. And, Barb and I will then be taking questions from the chat and, asking them to both candidates forum style. Howie, why don't you take it away, and hopefully Dario will join us soon. But again, Howie, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you, Dave, and it's good to be here. I see some familiar faces, and it's good to see you again. My name's Howie Hawkins. I'm seeking the Green Party's nomination for president. I got into this because a lot of Greens around the country asked me to run. I'm a recently retired Teamster, really had other plans, but they convinced me. It was people like Bruce Dixon, the late managing editor of the Black Agenda Report, who we've worked a lot on independent politics together, all the way he was in Atlanta, across the country, to say Matt Gonzalez, who was the almost mayor of San Francisco, almost beat Gavin Newsom. In fact, I think he beat him, but all those paper ballots showed up after the election because Matt had won on election day. In any case, they convinced me to run. I'm somebody who's been involved, I'm a retired Teamster, before that a construction worker, but really what I've been about is being part of social movements. I got involved in the San Francisco Bay Area in the 1960s, civil rights, anti-war, ecology. I became convinced then as a teenager that we need an independent working class party committed to participatory democracy, or what we call grassroots democracy, democratic socialism, and ecology. And for me, the first party was the Peace and Freedom Party in California. Peace in Vietnam, freedom was a civil rights slogan. And I supported that even though I couldn't vote for it. Back then, the voting age was 21 and I was 15, 16. Supported the People's Party with Dr. Benjamin Spock. as part of the ticket both in 1972 and 76, and then Barry Commoner, the Citizens Party candidate in 1980. And then because I was one of the people that helped organize the Clamshell Alliance, you know, did the big anti-nuclear occupation at Seabrook, 1,414 people arrested, kind of sparked the anti-nuclear movement there in 1977, when there was a first national meeting to organize a Green Party in August 1984 in St. Paul. They asked the Clamshell Alliance to send a couple people, and I was one of them. And my message to that meeting was, we can't build a presidential political party out of a presidential campaign. We got to organize local groups, get involved in local politics first, and build from the bottom up. And we proceeded to do that for a dozen years. We organized local groups. The first Green elected was Frank Kane in Wisconsin. Walt Brissett, you know, started that party up there in near Lake Superior. And so we did that for a dozen years. And then Ralph Nader let us use the name in 1996. We got on over 30 ballots, which I think convinced Ralph and others that we were for real. And so in 2000, Ralph ran all out and we got on the national agenda and in the national debate. So I've been involved in the Green Party ever since then. The Greens ran me 3 times for governor of New York. We got enough ballot votes each time to secure a ballot line. I got as much as 5% in 2014. Andrew Cuomo had wanted to run up his vote, get more than his daddy ever got. Mario Cuomo get more than he got in 2010, he got less. And to compete for our votes, 5%, he had to look at what we were talking about. And we got out of that a ban on fracking, paid family leave, and a $15 minimum wage. So that's to say we can make a difference even if we don't win the office. If people vote for what they want, then we're not taken for granted. And the politicians and the political systems got to deal with us. So that's how I got to where I'm at. So if I believe we got to build a party from the bottom up, why the hell am I running for president? And the short answer to that is about party building. There's about 40 states where the vote in the presidential race determines whether we have a ballot line for the next election cycle. In most states, it's 1, 2, or 3% for the presidential candidate or another statewide candidate for whom the presidential candidate can provide coattails. So that's one reason. So these folks that convinced me to run, we came up with 2 basic campaign goals. One is to put green solutions into the national debate, and the other is party building. So the issues I'm leading with are 3 life or death issues: climate, inequality, and this new nuclear arms race. As far as the climate goes, I was the first candidate to campaign in the United States for a Green New Deal in 2010, running for governor. And now I'm calling for an eco-socialist Green New Deal because the Democrats took our brand and diluted the content. And I can break that down for you, but I think you probably all know. So we say eco-socialist because in order to get to our goal, which is 0 to negative greenhouse gas emissions and 100% clean energy by 2030, because that's what the climate science and the carbon budgets they produce say rich countries like the United States got to do. We got to do this through the public sector with planning and public ownership, particularly in the energy sector, not just the utilities, but big oil and gas companies, transportation, the railroads, the airlines, so we can build an electrified rail system for freight and passenger, high-speed bullet trains, light rail trolleys in the cities, and more freight going on rail than on trucks. And in manufacturing, because we got to rebuild all our ways of producing for 0 waste, because we got huge problems with toxic waste and plastics. So we got to have a 0 waste manufacturing system, doing things like, I'll give you one example, cement. That's 5% of the world's carbon footprint because they throw calcium carbonate into the cement, calcium hardens it, the carbonate evaporates into the atmosphere and heats it up. So we need to produce cement. There's other ways of doing it, but we got to phase out those old factories and put in new ones. And we can go across all the technologies. So that's why we got to do it through the public sector, like we did during the World War II emergency. In order to turn industry into a dime, the federal government built or took over a quarter of the manufacturing capacity in order to build the arsenal of democracy, is what they called it. It armed the US, the UK, and the Russians to defeat the fascist and Nazi Axis powers. We need to do nothing less in the public sector to defeat climate change. They had an Office of War Mobilization. We need an Office of Climate Mobilization. So that's the climate issue. Inequality, I call that a life and death issue because inequality is killing us. Life expectancies for the working class have been declining. For the last 3 or 4 years, the average life expectancy in this country has declined. The life expectancy gap between our richest and poorest counties is now 20 years. So people die because they have to choose between rent and going to the doctor. And then they have deaths of despair because they're having a hard time economically and they don't take care of themselves. They get on drugs. They're trying to cope. So we need to address that. And that's a life or death issue for at least half of Americans. So I'm calling for an economic bill of rights, a right to a job, for everybody willing and able to work, a guaranteed income above poverty built into the tax structure, affordable housing. We need universal rent control to stop all the evictions and the growing homelessness, over 500,000 people now, and a massive increase in public housing to create affordable housing options for everybody. We need Medicare for all as a first step as national health insurance, but I want to build that out into a full national health service where the hospitals and clinics are publicly owned, the doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers are public servants on salaries, and the whole system's democratically governed by locally elected health boards. That will enable us to make sure that healthcare resources are distributed in all communities fairly and rationally distributed. So we don't have too many MRIs in a city like where I live in Syracuse, and no clinics or doctors on the whole South Side where I live at, 2 miles from the nearest clinic, the community health center, which is the Medicaid clinic. So that's for healthcare. Education, lifelong public education, tuition free from pre-K and childcare through post-secondary colleges and universities, technical schools, and continuing adult education. And the sixth right is a secure retirement. And the first step is to just double Social Security benefits. Their pension reforms need to be made. I can talk about those because I'm a victim of changes in federal law that took 20% of my earned benefits when I retired. So those are those issues. Now, let me just speak briefly to the COVID-19 thing. I'm checking my time. Can't even see my time now. But anyway, I'll try to keep it
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. I think immediately we got to demand, federal government said no evictions till May 15th. We got to demand for the duration of this crisis, no evictions, nor foreclosures. We need a rent and mortgage moratorium combined with the federal government paying those bills, because if we don't combine it with that, we're going to have massive bankruptcies among credit unions, community banks, mom and pop landlords, all the small businesses that service those units, and it'll destroy millions of jobs. So we got to combine those. Ilhan Omar has a bill out yesterday you need to look at because it does provide for that. In addition, it gives the federal government, it sets up an affordable housing fund. So real estate properties that go on the market, it has to be notified to HUD, and then nonprofits, public housing authorities, local governments have the first right of purchase so we can expand social and public housing. I think that's the way we got to go. And then this Defense Production Act that Trump signed but isn't using, we got to demand that it be used so we can produce, the PPE, the ventilators, the hospital beds that we need, and set up a real test, contact trace, and quarantine program so we can open up the economy safely. And Trump is so damn incompetent, I'd say he's guilty of negligent mass murder. And so those, I think, are the demands we got to put forward. The other thing that keeps coming up in terms of issues is, Howie, why are you spoiling the election for Biden? Bill McKibben just wrote in the New Yorker that last week. And he said, we should be for ranked choice voting. Well, guess what, Bill McKibben and all the other people saying that? If we're not in the race, that issue won't be raised. That's why we got to run. We need to replace the Electoral College with a ranked choice national popular vote. So that's the issues. And in terms of party building, I mentioned ballot access, I believe, at the beginning. Oh, that's why, we can get enough votes to get ballot lines. Right now, with this COVID crisis, we can't be out there petitioning. I know you need 2,000 signatures. We put together a team of lawyers to help state parties go to their governments and get relief. You guys have been on there multiple presidential election cycles. You can probably ask your government, just put us on because we've been on before, and we would be on if we could go out and petition. And we can help you do that if you want a lawyer to help you do that. We're going for matching funds, so we got some real resources. We're up to 10 states. You guys are at 64%. I hope you can be one of the next states very soon. And when we get that, it will double all contributions we got to up to $250. We need 20 states to give $5,000 in contributions up to $250. So we're at 10 states, and we're making good progress on that. And then finally, what I've been trying to urge Greens to do, and we were hoping to set up workshops, but with this COVID lockdown, I don't know if we'll be able to do it. But Greens are good activists. We show up. They want us to come to the demos. We're mostly pissed off former Democrats. We're good activists. We mobilize, but we don't know how to organize the kind of things community and union organizers know to expand our base. If the Green Party is going to become a major party and force in American politics, we've got to engage the working class and the people of color and the youth that all vote in lower numbers. Not because they're so apathetic, as they're alienated. They don't think either party represents them. And so how do we do that? Well, an activist goes out with a leaflet and preaches, you know, join us, here's the answer. An organizer goes out and listens and builds relationships and trust, and then you can talk about the politics. So we're trying to bring that kind of approach to, you know, our state and local parties. And, you know, hopefully that's something that's longer term than just this campaign, but I hope the Green Party can make that pivot to being and understanding why we need to be organizers and not just activists. So I think I'm about at 15 minutes and I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Howie. Next we have Dario Hunter. Thanks so much for joining us today. So right now you have up to 15 minutes to speak. You don't have to use that whole time, but you're free to. After that, we'll be taking questions, my co-chair Barb Dahlgren and I, and you know, we will then pose the questions to both of you for the remaining half hour. So thanks again for joining us, and take it away.
First of all, it's such a pleasure to be here with you virtually, Wisconsin. And I look forward to some robust questions about how we're going to solve all of the issues that we face as a country in the midst of COVID-19 and beyond COVID-19. I hope wherever you are staying safe, and I hope that you and your loved ones are well. So as mentioned earlier, I'm Dario Hunter. There's some of you on this call. I'm an activist for education, against fracking, for Palestinian rights causes.
Is someone letting him know that it's cutting out?
Yeah, Dario, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
For me, yeah. But I was, yes.
Okay, okay.
Please speak up and a little bit slower.
All right. Okay.
No, you're cutting out.
Well,
like,
yeah,
no, it's cutting out.
Right, it's not. Sorry, Monty, let me handle it. We could hear what you were saying, but then the video froze for a little bit, and then the audio froze. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Are we good now?
I think so. Yeah, but Barb or I will let you know if we have more problems. Yes, sorry about that.
If it continues to be a problem, I'll just call in. That might have a better connection, but hopefully It's going to be all right for now.
Sounds good.
All right. So life started for me in Newark and Jersey City, and life began in the projects. In a working poor family, my mother's an African American. My father is a Persian immigrant. And I basically, as a kid, knew that my ticket out was going to be focusing on education. And I worked my way through Princeton and 3 law degrees. But that experience informed my activism for years to come, because the impactfulness of having a quality education in my life stressed how important it is to ensure that we have educational equality all across this country. Educational racism is very real. Environmental racism also is very real. These are causes that are important to me. As a member of the Youngstown Board of Education, I fought a pernicious takeover that was attempting to, in effect, use the educational suffering of children in our school district, minority district, for profit. They weren't improving the scores, but they were.
Dario, we've had another breakdown in the audio.
Okay, we're having audio issues again?
Well, now we can hear you again, but there was a little break there.
Okay, I think we're going to switch to call-in then. Can someone send me the call-in number?
Yeah, sure. Monty or Tom, are you able to find the call-in number?
I don't have his contact or know the number. but
It's all
I
good.
can look it
I'll
up.
get it, and I'll be back in about. Is
I
that
have
right?
the number
It's,
here. I have the
thank you.
number. Do you want me to give the number? It's area code 312-626-6799. And then do you need it's the same passcode and ID. Do you need that too?
Just a second. No, I think I have it here. I'll be back as quick as
Okay.
possible. Shouldn't take more than a minute. All right.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about the interruption, folks.
Yeah.
Hey,
just
Dave,
thank you
you
for
gotta like, yeah, but you gotta like, cause like I mean, I'm a little disturbed that like it took me to chime in to be like, yo, I can't hear him until someone told him. So let's try to be,
I
you
was
know,
about to say that
equal.
he's just a still anyways. He might as well be
Okay.
audio. And
No, I mean,
I
but
just
even
was trying
audio,
to
like
give it
I'm
the
only
best
on
chance.
audio.
Yeah, I
Okay.
understand.
I'm gonna get off
Yeah.
because
Thank
she's
you.
gonna hyper. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point, and yeah, I was muted at first, and then, I wanted to see if we could then if he would come back, but yeah, clearly we're continuing to have problems, but yeah, he should be able to call back in soon, hopefully, and yeah, like we said, we're all kind of getting used to this new reality of virtual meetings and calling in. So it's unfortunate, but thanks for bearing with us. And yeah, hopefully we'll have him back in just a minute. In the meantime, people have started to put in questions in the chat. So please, feel free to put in your questions now. While we're waiting for Dario to rejoin us, now is a good time to get your question in. Okay, so there's a question. There are a few others running, but could not make it. Could we have those names? So yeah, let me share a little background here. So there are 3 officially recognized candidates by the National Green Party who are running. And so if you go to this page on the Nationalist Party site, there's information about who those candidates are and their websites and everything. There are a number of candidates that aren't recognized by the National Party, which basically means there are some kind of minimum criteria in terms of gathering signatures, in terms of raising a small amount of money, $5,000 to be able to be recognized, and a couple others. Filing with the FEC, having a website are other requirements. So, okay, it looks like someone's calling back in. Hopefully that's Dario joining us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Glad to be back. Sorry about that. Took a little while to get back on with Zoom. So, shall we just pick up where we left off?
Well, we did have a little trouble hearing some of the things that you were saying before. So I think we heard most of it, but it's up to you. I mean, if you want to start from the beginning, I think we could give you a full 15 minutes. Or if you would prefer to pick up where you left off, it's your call.
Sounds good. Technology as it is, sometimes these things happen. So basically, I started off with an introduction. Some of you out there who are listening do know me and my work in the Green Party, and some of you do not. So
my work in terms of activism in Youngstown, Ohio, was centered around education. I was a member of the Youngstown Board of Education, and it's worth noting I'm the only person in this race who has served as an elected official, and I serve my community on issues related to environmental racism, the unfortunate abuses of a state takeover that cheated mostly children of color, and overwhelmingly African American and Latinx districts out of fair, equal educational opportunities for profit. They were profiteers off failure who were brought into our district, corporate contractors. And education for me is an important issue, because for me it was my come up. I started life in a working poor family in Newark and Jersey City, New Jersey. My mother is African American. My father is a Persian immigrant to the United States. And I studied hard. I got through Princeton, got through 3 law degrees, worked as an attorney, but decided that the best way to give back was to work in education. And that involved being an educator on a high school level, paralegal instructor in community college, and also an educational administrator at a K-8 school. So I've worn a number of different hats. In terms of my activism in my community, it's been based on education. It's also been based on opposing fracking, working at LGBTQIA rights as the chair of the Pride Center. And I'm proud for all of those causes. My personal experience as a person of color in this country, as well as in the activism I've been engaged in, informs the kind of issues that I focus on as a leader in my community, as well as in this race. And I want to underline some distinctions between my campaign and some of the other campaigns running, because I think there are some issues that we can all agree on, folks. We support the Green New Deal, as do other campaigns. We support free education, pre-K through and including college. We support guarantees for housing, for food, for water, for living wages, of course, with community control. That's a campaign distinction. We want to ensure that communities can set wages that are fair for their communities and attuned to cost of living. Living in South California, Southern California is not the same cost of living as Youngstown, Ohio, okay? Even 20 bucks or 25 bucks might not cut it so well there. We want to ensure that we are providing jobs through the mass mobilization the Green New Deal will offer, but also through building up housing in this country to house the unhoused. I'm presently in California, and the state of California is leading the housing crisis in the nation. The rates of homelessness are staggering, unfortunately. There are 10 cities all across this state, and this should not be. So these are issues that we really, as candidates, we have some agreement on. So it's important to make the distinctions as to what we offer that other campaigns don't. I mentioned the Green New Deal. We offer the Green New Deal as a part of a larger platform, more comprehensive environmental platform that we call the Green Path Forward. Yes, we are talking about how we are going to switch to renewable energy, deal with the issue of transportation, which has overtaken energy in statistics in terms of its impact on CO2 emissions in this country, thanks in part to relaxation of auto emissions rules. We want to tackle those issues. We want the mobilization behind that that's going to make that happen. But we have to recognize that what we do within our borders as a country is not enough. It's a global climate change issue. I'm going to say it again, global climate change issue. And that means we need to have a diplomatic realignment in our relationship with countries that we have been trained to hate, but which are at the top of the carbon emitters list. I'm talking countries like Russia, talking countries like China, and even Iran is towards the top 20. We need to treat other nations as equals and have a diplomatic realignment in our relationship with them to ensure that we are going to achieve not just a lasting peace, a lasting global peace, but that we're going to save the planet together. We are also focusing on the plastic pollution crisis affecting our oceans, affecting land, and of course affecting carbon emissions. Cradle to grave, plastic feeds into the carbon emissions. They're causing this climate change catastrophe. We can't ignore that piece. We also cannot ignore the effects of big ag. You know, some time ago, people were really incensed, upset by seeing the images of the Amazon burning. But there wasn't as much media conversation about how that came about, how Bolsonaro let loose, rapacious ranchers to do what they will with that fragile ecosystem. And so we do have to talk about the effect of agriculture, of livestock raising on the environment and the excesses of big ag. Science tells us that we need to reach peak meat by 2030 in order to solve this climate change crisis. It has to be a part of our overall approach to dealing with this climate change crisis. And we're the only campaign that's really championing that issue, folks. We have to reach peak meat. And of course, we are also focusing on phosphorus and nitrogen pollution, excuse me. So these are issues that are of great import in terms of the environmental agenda. And we are taking a comprehensive approach to these issues. I also have to mention that as a person of color and as someone who has served in advocacy for issues that affect minorities in this country, it is clear to me that it should be clear to all of us that the inequalities in this country, inequalities take varied forms, but there has been deeply steeped racism pervasive throughout this system for centuries. Okay, 400 years plus of slavery, Jim Crow, discrimination, the effects of what we've done to indigenous peoples in this country. We have debts that are long overdue. And so our campaign has a very unique focus on these issues. We're not folding them underneath any other headings or putting them under any other platform plank. We have a People of Color Bill of Rights platform approach that is designed to underline the gap between the rights that we say we have on the books as a country and the real world experience of millions of people in this country, millions of marginalized minorities. And we are tackling everything from police brutality and the genocide on our streets, addressing it with community, with community control of policing, not just review, but discipline and firing, power, genuine power in the hands of the community. We are addressing it with dealing with the gaps in terms of our justice system, the broken public defender system, revamping that system to ensure that we have more access to public defenders and lessened dockets and a greater skill set, folks. So we don't have public defenders, in effect, railroading African-American youth, telling them after looking at their case for 30 seconds, you know what, just plead guilty. Take 30 years. Take life. It's as good as you can get. You might get the death penalty. That will not do. We are focusing on redlining pervasive across this country, the redlining of neighborhoods by race, making neighborhoods in urban areas across this country look very much the same in terms of racial texture, racial context, as they did in the turn of the 20th century. We're dealing with the gaps in the banking and the finance industry, enforcing the treaties we have with indigenous sovereign nations and enforcing the sovereignty of those nations, handling the immigration crisis at our border and the issue of children in cages and calling for the abolition of ICE, and of course, reparations. Reparations now, and not just cutting a check, folks, real investment in communities and community building, alongside dealing with this piece of environmental and educational racism. And so we're taking a very proactive approach to this, folks. We're also taking a very proactive, unique approach to issues of war and peace. There are some who are talking about cutting the military budget. We are ending the military budget, as you know it. We are instead bringing down the military-industrial complex and investing in a Department of Peace, a cabinet-level Department of Peace that will engage in purposeful peace building all across the globe, folks, helping shoulder to shoulder with other nations, helping to build up the quality of life for humanity all across the globe, to lessen conflict and ensure that we have a constructive means of solving things diplomatically. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our planning for COVID-19. You know, in the midst of this crisis that we're in, we are seeing all of the inequalities in this country and its capitalist, corporatist excesses. We're seeing all of them laid bare, folks. Yes, we need Medicare for all. It's clear. It's clear that we needed to have a national health care service with, of course, community buy-in and community say-so, but we also needed to have public control of the medical supply. So we had adequate supplies available to the public control of the pharmaceutical supply. We needed to have housed the unhoused already, and now we have this crisis on our street, additional crisis on our street. It's all well and good to talk about how we're going to create new housing, but the reality is the government has facilities and resources available it needs to make available. Here in California, there are people who are taking over properties that are being retained and held by governmental agency Caltrans at this point for land speculation.
We need
Jerry,
to turn
you have
over those
4
properties.
minutes.
Yes. We need to turn over those properties to make them available to people who need housing. We're the only campaign talking about universal basic income in the midst of this crisis. $2K per person per month, universal basic income. We are offering telework equalization payments for those who are not able to telework in light of the, in fact, racial disparity in those who can. 30% of white workers can telework, but only 16% of Latinx workers can. There are definite disparities in terms of the impact on the workforce in the midst of this crisis. We are talking about ending the sanctions against countries like Iran that's putting a stranglehold in the midst of this medical crisis. We are talking about ensuring that there are fair elections and ending these petition requirements and ensuring that there's the option to vote by mail. And of course, we are very clear on no rent, no mortgage, no evictions. Moratorium's not enough. Having the government pick up the tab not enough. Why should we, the people, pick up the tab for the already exorbitant rent and shore up the renter class? Why are we going to give another backdoor handout to corporations and the banks? It's already discussing in the midst of this crisis. There's so much focus on giving corporate handouts instead of giving the bailout and the relief to the people who need it. We need to have student loan forgiveness, put an end to those payments in the midst of this crisis and beyond. And we need simply no rent, cancel rent in the midst of this crisis. And we need, of course, to deal with the issue of the exorbitant rent all across this country. And so in this approach to this crisis, as well as beyond this crisis, what you will get from our campaign is a true full-throated, people-focused defense on the issues that affect everyday Americans. And we will not water down our approach to the needs of everyday Americans and workers who are out there in the midst of this crisis, dealing with great hazards and deserve, of course, hazard pay for it. We are exploring every opportunity to ensure that we equalize the massive inequalities that have overtaken this country. We have to conquer COVID-19, but we must also conquer the viral infection America has with inequality. And I'm very proud of the team that we offer to do that. I also have a very strong woman of color on my team as our VP pick, Darlene Elias, former co-chair of the Green Party and social justice activist in housing. And together, we are raising the call to build both a party and a movement for not just faithful Greens, but disaffected Democrats who are tired of the DNC's rigging and want to break outside of the corporate duopoly and make all of those things that we mentioned to ensure an equal, a greener, a fairer America happen. And so I eagerly await your questions, and I'm looking forward to having a dialogue about how we're going to do that, how we're going to build that greener, fairer America together.
Daria, thank you so much. And yeah, we are right on time. And yeah, so again, thank you, Howie. Thank you, Dario, for joining us today. We have a whole bunch of questions that have come in already. And there may still be time for more, so feel free to put your questions in the chat. So Barb will ask the first one, and then I will continue after that, then back to Barb, and we'll go from there. So Barb, take it away. And if the candidates could really try to make your answers as brief as possible, try to keep it within a minute if you can, because we really want to get to as many questions as we can and stay on time here. So Barb, go ahead with the first question.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And thank you again, both Dario and Howie, for coming on today. It really means a lot to Wisconsin that you guys showed up for us. So this question is from Bill Bryan. He says, I would like the candidates to address the changes they would support in the labor law and in expanding worker rights. Howie, would you like to take this one first?
Sure, I'll try to keep it to a minute. I'll just give you a list. There's so many things. We need to pass that card check union recognition bill. We need to repeal those provisions of Taft-Hartley, if not the whole act, that limit solidarity strikes and secondary boycotts and other parts of that Taft-Hartley Act that undermine organizing. We need a federal law to end termination without just cause. We need a law against scabs. We need full collective bargaining rights for public employees, especially in Wisconsin. The Hatch Act should be repealed so that public employees can fully participate in politics. Farm workers should be brought under the Farm Labor Standards Act like other workers. Prisoners should be paid living wages for the labor they do. And what they do should not be for-profit commercial outside contractors. They should be producing public goods. So that's a start. And I think I kept it to 1 minute.
Dario, do you want to respond to that question?
Absolutely. We definitely agree on the issue of reforms to Taft-Hartley. We want to also ensure that we protect the ability of workers in terms of firings without just cause. It's mentioned in our COVID-19 plan, which I encourage you to look at on our website. I have a much more expansive view on workers' rights. However, I have to mention that I have a Master of Law in Labor and Employment Law, and it's all well and good to say that you're going to put in place a legal framework. However, it's apparent to me that the deck is stacked legally against workers. And so the real answer is for workers to own their labor. We have to support our unions, absolutely. But at this present time, unionization is not enough of the picture. We have to actually put the power of management and ownership directly in the hands of workers. So people ask me questions a lot about workplace democracy. It has to go beyond workers having more decision-making and say. It has to go toward them being able to own their labor. When we talk about these reforms that need to happen for the sake of workers and their protection, the EEOC comes to mind because I'm very familiar with the body of case law on that and how often the EEOC ducks its responsibility in terms of employment discrimination. You will more often get a right to sue letter sending you off to private suit than anything else. And so we have to beef up our ability to deal with employment discrimination in this country, and we need to completely revamp the EEOC. We also have to deal with the whole minimum wage disparity issue, and that involves workers and communities having control through boards of living wages. And there's some candidates who have pegged a specific amount. I think that undercuts the idea of communities pegging living wage to the actual community experience. And so, yes, we do want to have these reforms to specific laws, but I don't believe that a piecemeal, piece here, piece there approach is what's going to solve the issues in terms of workers' rights, because that's what's often offered to us by the Democrats. And it often ends up being a hodgepodge of disappointment because we don't really have the control over our labor as workers as we ought to. So I consider myself a socialist, and that's really what we need to move towards. Publicly owned enterprise, building up community co-ops so that employment endeavors are in the context of community co-op, publicly owned and employee-owned enterprises and publicly owned enterprises, and that they have direct say and management in terms of increasing the real experience of democratic workforces across this country.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dario. So I will ask the next question, and also I'm going to start keeping time here. Like we said, if the candidates can try to keep answers to within a minute, and I'll just try to give 10-second warnings and things like that, just so we can get a lot of questions in here. So the next question, and we'll start with Dario this time, is how would you attract Sanders supporters to your campaign? That's from Bruce Hinkforth. And you can go right ahead.
It's a great question. We already are as a campaign. And how we're doing that is not just through aggressive outreach, which is something that we agree we have to talk about this party building piece. We need to get where people are. We need to go out into the community, connect with them in ways that undercut what the Democrats have been doing for decades and decades. They are at your local community meeting. They are at your local church. They have made these connections, and we have to do that as well as a former Green local leader, something that I have worked at for some time. We have to make those direct connections with people, but we also have to recognize that what people are looking for and what they're disappointed in the wake of Sanders being cheated again, what they're disappointed about is the fact that that agenda is never going to have a place for the Democratic Party. And we all knew from the Green Party's vantage point that that was how this was going to turn out. He got Debbie Wasserman Schultz yet again. our campaign has the approach that appeals to Sanders supporters because we are dealing with the issues of food deserts in communities. We are dealing with the issues of ensuring that people have a just wage, ensuring that people have control over publicly owned healthcare, that they have universal healthcare. We are ensuring that we're giving loan forgiveness for farmers as well as in terms of student loans. We have the agenda that reaches out not just to Sanders supporters, but also Gabbard supporters in terms of our foreign policy approach that doesn't buy into CIA talking points and wants to end the military-industrial complex, and in terms of our full-throated approach that reaches out to young people and doesn't saddle them with years and years of debt and give them a fighting chance, not just at free college, but at debt forgiveness. And so we're already making those strides, and we're going to continue to do that.
All right. Thank you. Howie, 1 minute over to you.
Well, my basic message to the Sanders supporters, if you still support Medicare for all, a Green New Deal, an Economic Bill of Rights, college for all, and all those reforms that Sanders was fighting for, Joe Biden is diametrically opposed to all of those things. He said if he got Medicare for all on his desk as president, he would veto it. So I'm saying if you want to keep fighting, fight with us, the Green Party. And I tell him, if you think you can vote for Biden as a Sanders socialist and think anybody's going to hear you, you're badly mistaken. They won't know whether your vote is a Sanders socialist vote or a Biden corporatist vote. You get lost in the sauce. You disappear. Everybody knows what a Green vote stands for. We stand for the things the Sanders supporters were fighting for. So you should come to us.
10 seconds.
And we've had a lot of them come.
Thank you. Okay. So next question over to Barb.
All right, this question is for, it's from Samuel Chance. He had two questions, but I'll ask one and then we'll come back for another one later. Would you briefly discuss your views on gun control and gun ownership? And we'll start with Howie this time.
1 minute.
I support people's rights if they're law-abiding citizens to have rifles, shotguns, and pistols. I think we should take military assault rifles off the streets. I had an M16 in the Marine Corps. That has no purpose on the streets. It kills too many people too fast. So I support a buyback program to get them off the streets.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that was under 30 seconds. So why don't we reset for a minute and throw it over to Dario. Go ahead.
You know, this is where having a legal background comes in handy because one of the things that becomes apparent to me is that we have to end this legal situation where there isn't legal liability on behalf of gun manufacturers for the carnage that come out of these products that they create. Yes, we need an assault weapons ban. We do. But we also need that legal liability piece for gun manufacturers. Jill spoke about that in the last election, and I'm proud that she did. We also have to end the loopholes for private sales and at gun shows. We have to end those loopholes. And we have to support our local communities, folks. I believe strongly in local democracy. And when you have communities like Chicago that say, we want sane gun control measures, we want sane measures to protect our community, we have to support them and not allow them to be subject to state preemption. And state preemption is a very sore point for us as Greens folks, because when I fought fracking, that was how they used to swat down efforts in Youngstown to try to ban fracking in Youngstown. No, the state is going to take over oil and gas, folks. And we are going to allow massive corporate profit off of your suffering, and you don't have any say as a community. It's bad for the environment, and it's just as bad when it comes to gun control. So we as Greens and we as a campaign are going to support local communities in their efforts to stem the tide on this issue, folks.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So, all right. That's enough of that. Okay. So the next question that we have here comes in from, where was it? Okay, so I already asked the question from Bruce. So, all right, we have one from Dotsa Zeps. How will you, if selected as the national candidate, help states and locals radicalize this moment? I'll put that one to Dario first with 1 minute on the clock, and go right ahead.
That's a great question. You know, we do have to seize this moment right now because we do have the best platform, and we have to get that message out. We have to get that message out in a number of regards. Yes, we have to work to break through the media blackout, and as someone who has worked with certain media savvy in my position as an elected official, I have a certain level of knowledge of how to connect with the media and build those relationships to do that, and we need to do that, get the message out about all the things that we have that the Sanders campaign, for instance, also advocated for. We are the best campaign for dealing with issues of inequality in terms of Medicare for all, in terms of the issue of college education for all, in terms of dealing with this crisis and the economic impact, okay? So we got to get that message out. We also have to do some party building, folks, and we have something we call #SeeGreensLead. We are already working with state parties and locals to support the election of more green candidates because we strongly believe that those candidacies and the elections that come out of them, of elected green officials, will motivate communities to understand what green leadership looks like in their communities. So we're proud to have supported a number of candidates that are already raising the green banner across the country. And of course, in every local and in every community, we have to make those connections with community organizations that have common cause with the issues we support. Whether or not they are green affiliated, we're going to bring them on board and we're going to get more greens out of them. Because if we're traveling in the same direction on Green New Deal, then we need to have an interface, a connection with them that brings all these young people energized by the Green New Deal on board. So we must take a multi-pronged approach in terms of widening the net in elections and local candidacies, connecting with community organizations and organizations focused on community quality of life, and using that media savvy, which we will educate each other on, folks. We need workshops on that. Using that media savvy to break through the media blackout, as I've already successfully done in my time in public office, advocating on issues of educational racism.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're at time, and so I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for Howie to answer the same question. How will states and locals radicalize this moment?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what radicalize the moment means. The moment has been radicalized by COVID-19. We got a huge health crisis. We got an economic crisis. So I think the moment's been radicalized for us, and it's an opportunity to bring forth solutions like Medicare for all to the health crisis and a Green New Deal on the economic recovery. So we have a big public investment to get the economy back on its feet. But it's also, I think we have to have a longer term perspective because as I was talking about, rather than just mobilizing, we got to organize, we got to build relationships. And that won't happen in 6 months. It's got to be a longer term perspective. But I think another thing I'm emphasizing to the locals is, look, there's 500,000 offices in this country open for election. Greens have about 150 of them. We should have thousands elected as we go into the 2000s, the 2020s, and build from there, from local to state and then Congress. We get a caucus in Congress, then our presidential ticket, nobody will be able to ignore it.
Thank you, Howie. All right, so the next question. So how will you address the violence against transsexual people in this country and LGBTQ rights in general? So this one will go to Howie first with 1 minute on the clock. Go right ahead.
Well, the violence has to be dealt with non-discrimination laws that we helped get one passed here in Syracuse. We need to pass the Equality Act federally to protect transgender people. And we need to have out of the Department of Justice guidelines and policy recommendations and training so local police departments deal with people, sexual and gender minorities in a fair and equal basis. And Justice Department needs to provide the leadership on that, and we need to provide the pressure on our local police departments for dealing with that. We need prosecution of that violence. We had a guy here in Syracuse with bigoted slurs blew away a transgender woman with a shotgun. Many people saw it. That was 2012. He got acquitted by a jury last year. So it's a huge problem. And at the federal level, the Department of Justice can provide leadership.
All right, thank you. Okay, so same question over to Dario about addressing violence against transsexual people and LGBTQ rights in general. 1 minute.
This is where having some community building experience in this issue matters. Yes, we need to improve the legal framework. Yes, we need to ensure that we have the Justice Department focusing squarely on this issue. But the reality is the real world on the ground situation for transgender people in terms of the issues they face being thrown out of their homes, being thrown out of their apartments, homelessness being an issue, being unhoused being an issue. I dealt with that firsthand as a chair of the Pride Center in the Honing Valley, and the kind of calls that I received from people who had nowhere to turn to, who had no homes. This exposes transgender people to all sorts of circumstances, including violence, and we have to underline the fact that there's a racial disparity in violence against transgender persons. Overwhelmingly, transgender persons of color are those who are subjected to these murders of transgender persons that we see statistically every single year. I'm sorry, does someone need to break in? Okay. So what we have to do is, in addition to that, we have to beef up the legal frameworks, yes, ensure the Justice Department focuses on it, yes, ensure that we have community control to get local police departments to focus on it, yes, but we need active community building, folks. We have to invest in an infrastructure to ensure that we don't have this unhoused crisis. We have to address the infrastructural issues and legal issues in terms of efforts in the LGBTQIA community to support what they call reparative therapy. We need laws against that, and we need to deal with the medical professions issues in terms of spurning not only transgender persons, but also the claim of medical fitness of this idea of reparative therapy. And some states are engaging in legal measures to protect against this harmful abuse of children, but not everyone is on board, folks. So there's a lot more work to do, a lot more community building work to do.
Thank you. Okay, and let me turn it over to Barb for the next question.
Thanks. This one is from Curtis Bolton. Some people believe government is the problem. How would the candidates answer that belief? And Daria, we'll start with you this time.
Well, people believe the government is a problem because the government suits the oligarchy. The government is not only engaged in efforts to make profit off of people suffering, whether feeding children through the school to prison pipeline and profiting off of them in prison through the mass incarceration system, the new plantation system, or they are waging war abroad and killing people for profit, toppling governments in bloody coups. What they did in Bolivia, what they did in Chile, what they did to my father's country, trying to topple democracy for oil money in the days of most of that, decades upon decades ago in Iran. And that's why people believe government is a problem, because it has put itself in that position of being the problem. How do we solve that? We solve that by taking the corporate control out of this. We solve that by breaking the two-party duopoly. We deal with the democratic deficit. We need proportional representation, ranked choice voting, corporate money out of politics, public-only financing, open debate, and an end to the racist voter ID laws, folks. That will give people real choice and real voice, and we need to beef up local say and engagement with education, protect school districts against state takeovers so they have local say in education, community control of policing, community control in regards to Medicare for all in the future, and in regards to setting a living wage. That's how we deal with it. We need to tackle the corporate control of our politics.
All right, thank you. So 1 minute over to Howie.
Well, that government is the problem narrative comes from Republicans and corporate neoliberals in the Democratic Party. And I talk to people like, look right now at this COVID-19 thing. You know, the government is guilty with Trump at the head of negligent mass murder because they haven't provided basic things we need. And government's the problem because it's not being the government. I mean, that's the argument I make to those people because, you know, a lot of times they don't realize the government is the people that, you know, pave the roads they drive on. So I try to explain to people that, you know, some things are inherently collective and we need to pay taxes so we can have those collective goods and services. And this COVID-19 thing is exposing that like nothing we've ever seen.
All right, thank you. So the next question is from Jeff Salzman. And the question is, what is your position on UBI or Universal Basic Income? So this will go to Howie first. 1 minute, go ahead.
Well, I believe in a guaranteed income above poverty built into the tax structure. So if your income is below the poverty line, the government pays you on a monthly basis to bring you above the poverty line. If you're above the poverty line, you pay taxes on a progressively scaled basis. I don't want to see a universal basic income where Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and Donald Trump are getting the same amount as somebody who really needs it. I think that's not a smart use of money. But I go for a guaranteed income above poverty. That was the additional economic right that Roosevelt didn't have, but the Civil Rights Movement brought into their Economic Bill of Rights in the 1963 March on Washington, the 1966 Freedom Budget, and the 1968 Poor People's Campaign. And we should pick that demand up and make it part of our Economic Bill of Rights.
All right, thank you. So same question about universal basic income over to Dario. 1 minute, go ahead.
We support a universal basic income, $2K per person per month, and this crisis illustrates just how needed something like that is. And to the argument that it's going to also go to the corporate billionaires, well, if we're engaging in real system change, then we won't have the same abusive people continuing to abuse workers and suck up profit and hoard profit. We are going to bring an end to that system, that corporate abusive capitalist system, and put control in the hands of the workers, aren't we? I thought that was the whole point of what we're trying to do as a party, to not kowtow to the billionaires and allow them to continue to cook and continue to abuse people as they used to. So we have to have real system change alongside offering UBI. And we also have to ensure that we bring down rents under rent control. We have to ensure that we have a living wage for workers. We have to ensure that we have free college, Medicare for all the basic necessities of life guaranteed to everyone. We will only be able to ensure that everyone is able to prosper in this society when we have not just universal basic income, but total system change away from this current abusive hyper-capitalist system.
Time. Okay, thank you. All right, so right now we are at 2 p.m. Since we had a little bit of technical difficulties earlier on, and we still have more questions to get to, I would move that we continue the question and answer session, maybe for another 10 minutes until 2:10. But if people want to say in the chat, do they support or oppose extending time by 10 minutes? Yeah, we do have more questions. We're trying to get a variety. Okay, we're seeing some support in the chat. So we'll continue for a little bit. We still have some good questions. Barb, do you want to ask the next one?
Well, just quickly, are either of the candidates pressed for time, because we want to make sure we're being respectful of the time that you guys have for us? Quick comments?
I'm always pressed for time. You're the top of my list, so I'll stay.
Daria?
I'm on board as well. Let's do this.
Great. Thank you. Barb, go ahead.
Okay. Many people asked multiple questions, so I'm trying to get to folks who haven't gotten any of their questions asked yet. This one is from Dennis Boyer. I have a question for Howie and Dario. Have the two of you explored a joint ticket? What, if anything, have those explorations produced? And Dario, we will start with you this time.
I already have a joint ticket. I have a wonderful VP pick, a strong woman of color, strong Latinx woman who has been an advocate for social justice for so many years, an advocate for housing in her town of Holyoke, Massachusetts, a former Green candidate, and has been engaged with the Latinx caucus, the Women's Caucus, and was a former co-chair of the party. And I'm very proud of her activism, and I'm also very proud of how our team speak to the experience of America. Two people of color on a ticket that is going to speak to the massive inequalities this country faces, and going to do so because we not only talk the talk, but we've walked the walk. The suffering we're dealing with, the suffering we're trying to fix in this country is what we've personally experienced in our own come-ups. So I'm very proud of what that will represent going into 2020, and proud to advocate for the Green Party and its solutions, which are unlike any other in terms of dealing with the environment and dealing with inequality in this country.
Great, thank you. 1 minute over to Howie.
Yeah, we haven't had a discussion of a joint ticket. it did come up in the Virginia convention, and I said I wouldn't rule it out. I am talking to other people, and I think it's, I'm not the nominee, so I think it's not time for me to choose a vice presidential candidate. I think that comes when that's clear. So I'm still talking to a number of people, and as a general rule, I want to diversify the ticket in terms of it being demographic and in terms of the expertise of my running mate. And that's about where it's at this point.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next question is one that has come up in many Facebook groups where disenchanted Bernie supporters have congregated. Would you briefly discuss your views on legalizing sex work? New Zealand model versus Nordic model. So Howie, that will go over to you for 1 minute. Go ahead.
I prefer decriminalization. Legalization implies some regulation. Not the Nordic model because they prosecute the people paying. The New Zealand model doesn't prosecute either the people receiving pay or the people paying, although it does prosecute people that are basically acting as pimps, third parties to make the exchange. So I think the New Zealand model is what we need instead of criminalizing sex work and bringing them into the criminal justice system. A free exchange between consenting adults should be not the government's business. And of course, children and so forth would not be exempt from that, but otherwise between consenting adults, decriminalize.
Okay, thank you. So Dario, same question over to you, 1 minute.
Legalize and destigmatize. I don't see any negative connotation to using the term legalize whatsoever. It represents what our approach would be, and it is currently illegal. We'd be legalizing it. We also have to have strong protections, however, against sex trafficking, against what in effect is human slavery. And this is happening in our country and many countries across the world. So we do have to have strong protections to guard against that. However, transactions between consenting adults in that regard, absolutely legalized. Okay, it is your right as a human being to make choices in regards to your body. It's that simple.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll put it over to Barb for the next question.
Next question is from Mary Sanderson. Government is often seen as the problem because it's controlled by private fortunes and banks. Please comment on the Green Party proposal to take control of the nation's money supply, the 3-part monetary reform plank. And Dario, that will go to you first.
Excellent question. I'm a big supporter of what we call greening the dollar. And that involves ensuring that we end this current situation with the controls that, in effect, private banks have over on money supply. We need to democratize the money supply. And we need to get rid of this current situation with the Fed, and instead have a democratically responsible and controlled monetary authority. And what that will allow us to do is not only to have that democratic piece in terms of our money supply, but it will also allow us to have a certain level of control over the use of resources, and will be a source, an opportunity in terms of resources to devote some resources to the agenda items that we have as a party, ensuring we have healthcare for all, ensuring that we have educational equality, ensuring that we have all of these guarantees for society as a whole that we discussed earlier. And so I'm a strong supporter of the Green Party plank in terms of greening the dollar and democratizing our money supply.
Thank you. Howie, same question over to you.
Yeah, I helped get that plank passed in the Green Party. I see it as a modern version of the old populist greenback demand, where you create debt-free dollars and spend them into the economy through the federal budget. So you have a monetary authority in the Treasury Department under the Constitution where it says we can coin money instead of a Federal Reserve System. Now, MMT gets a lot of attention now, modern money theory, and they basically say we can borrow as much as we want because we're the reserve currency in the world. And they're right about that. But what people don't know is that money has to be paid back. It's debt linked because the Treasury sells securities. It's bought on the market. The Fed can support it by creating credits and putting them on their balance sheet. but in the end, we got to pay the interest and principal, and that's on the taxpayers. So the greenback monetary reform we're talking about is superior. But I would say in the emergency we're in, where we need to invest immediately in a Green New Deal, we may have to do green quantitative easing. This time, instead of bailing out the banks, we bail out the people in the planet.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and I just wanted to echo what Bill Bryan said in the chat. We are incredibly fortunate. It is an extraordinary opportunity to have both candidates before us. This discussion is at a very high political level. Let's continue another 20 minutes, he said 10 minutes ago. I think we all can agree. Awesome expertise on both sides. Yeah, thank you so much. So our next question is from, let's see, from Barb Eisenberg. Spoiler effect is the perceived problem nationwide. How can we pass ranked choice voting as quickly as possible? This will go to Howie first, 1 minute.
Well, I'm writing an op-ed right now in response to Bill McKibben, who said we should stand down and fight for that, because if we're not in it, it won't get raised. And I'm calling it an idea whose time has come. We got it in more than 20 cities. We got it in Maine for the presidential election. And the only Republicans that have been elected in the 21st century lost the popular vote. And of course, the Democrats pick on us when it's the Electoral College that did that. So I think people can see that, and this is an idea whose time has come. And then people say, well, it's a constitutional amendment to get rid of the Electoral College. Well, the 27th Amendment, the last one we got, swept through in the 1980s when people got tired of Congress voting themselves raises. It was an idea whose time had come. It had been part of Madison's original 12 amendments, original Bill of Rights. It sat around for 200 years, and then its time had come. So I think we got to make the argument that instant runoff voting, including a ranked choice national popular vote for president, is an idea whose time has come.
Thank you. Same question over to Dario. 1 minute. Go ahead.
Excellent question. I think we're all on board. I mean, it's something we support as a party, ranked choice voting, but we have to talk about the practicalities of how we will make it happen. And I thank you for that question. We have to do that getting out of the box organizational effort that we discussed earlier, that I discussed earlier, of connecting with community organizations. Because the great thing is, folks, there are community uprisings, community organizations supporting ranked choice voting all across this country. I know because I have connected with them already. And we have to work on these common cause issues together, not only because working together, whether they're Green affiliated or not, will ensure that we get ranked choice voting through people-powered action, but will also show young people, many of whom are behind this cause in these organizations, show them we're the real choice and cast aside that two-party duopoly. And this issue on which we agree has been a great point upon which people have decided to choose green. Also support candidates like Lisa Savage, who has a great opportunity with ranked choice voting in Maine. We got to show people in places that have ranked choice voting the great changes that can come out of ranked choice voting. So do support her candidacy and the candidacy of other Greens in places that have already passed ranked choice voting.
Thank you. So Barb, I'll throw it over to you for the next question. Barb, I think you're muted. Let me unmute you. Or can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear?
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Next question. This one's from Patrick Ald. I hope I'm saying the last name right. How will you overcome the media blackout? And that one will go to Dario first.
That's a great question. I mentioned earlier having that media savvy point is important and building those connections. We do have that media blackout, but somehow it didn't quite touch me as much as it might have some other candidates in my time in public office in Youngstown, Ohio. And that was because I had built up a craft of sending out press releases, putting together organized media lists, building personal connections with members of the media. And that's important. And so what needs to happen is a community building piece. We have to, in locals all across this country, build up workshops to train in media savvy in terms of building those connections, because it is an interpersonal connection thing, folks. And I will give you an example. When I lost my position as a rabbi for fighting for BDS, I got a call from a member of the local media, and it wasn't about the story. It was just to say, I'm sorry this happened to you. You're an honest guy, and I'm real sorry it happened, and I'm praying for you. When you build that personal connection with people above and beyond the issues you're working on together, then you can use that connection to ensure that you get the message out. And that takes time, it takes skill, it takes effort, and it's a skill we have to train and educate each other in. So I'm looking forward to the party building piece that will ensure that we can do that. And together, as we raise our profile as a party, we will break through that media blackout.
Thank you. Same question over to Howie, 1 minute.
Yeah, Daryl makes a really important point. We got to have our locals be much more developed in local media, because we can get into local media. And I find as I go around the country, a lot of times locals don't even have a media list. We got to pull it together for our news advisories. So, and I also find that we can get coverage in small cities. How often does a presidential candidate show up in Plattsburgh, New York? I showed up, I got a dozen news hits they even came across from Vermont. We could go to, well, we can't right now, but when we were before. So that's important. I've been getting a lot of coverage, particularly since Bernie suspended his campaign and every step he's taken toward endorsing Biden, really going back to his bad Super Tuesday. So Washington Post, Washington Examiner, Washington Times, The Economist, New York Post, Michael Isikoff podcast, RT, a lot of publications are covering us. But we haven't broke through with the networks. And I think that's going to be a real challenge, because that's what most people see. And I've been talking to them. We got some nibbles from reporters and some hosts, but not producers. That's where the barrier is.
Okay. Thank you. So we have time for hopefully a few more questions. So here's one from Fareen Hakim. One of the reasons COVID-19 is rapidly growing in Milwaukee County is because of medical racism. Black and brown-skinned people receive poor quality health care and no access to tests and assessments. How have you dealt with this as an activist, and how do you plan on addressing this as president? So this will go to Howie first, 1 minute, go ahead.
Well, I think I alluded to here earlier about the problem we have in Syracuse. South Side, no doctors, no clinics. This is a mostly Black neighborhood, a number of Puerto Ricans. And so we've been fighting over that for a long time. We do have a community health center, but it's understaffed, underfunded. For 2 years, they didn't do the billing, and I was covered by my Teamsters insurance. And I had some things I did there, like my annual checkup, and because they didn't bill in time, my Teamsters insurance, which was Blue Cross Blue Shield, said you're too late. So now the health clinic's trying to rip us off in the community for things they didn't bill for. So I've seen that, and we fought that. And in terms of going forward, the National Health Service I'm talking about is community control with locally elected health boards, so that all the communities are on the board and they can make sure their needs are taken care of, like getting clinics and doctors here onto the south side of Syracuse.
Thank you. Same question over to Dario. 1 minute, go ahead.
Someone who's been active in issues of quality of life in Youngstown South Side, affected by issues like this, an overwhelmingly majority minority neighborhood, definitely we have to have that piece where we increase clinics and hospitals and their availability in neighborhoods like that one. And that's a big piece of ensuring we have healthcare for all, because Medicare for all is not going to cut if we don't have the healthcare infrastructure, folks. But we also have to recognize that those same neighborhoods in many cases are food deserts. How are you going to have quality of life and health if you don't have access to healthy food? We must increase the access to healthy food, and we must invest in community co-ops to deal with those quality of life issues. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the education piece. We need more medical leadership, people in positions of medical leadership from people of color in this country. And part of the reason why that's not the case is because of the failure of educational systems in majority minority districts like Youngstown, Ohio. So we must invest in education. And the reason why we need to invest in ensuring that we educate people to be able to pursue those paths is because science has shown has rampant racism in healthcare, including underprescribing pain medications and underdiagnosing pain for people of color on the part of medical professionals. So we have to break through that by diversifying the field and having consequences for racism in a healthcare professional, legal consequences.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have time for 2 more questions. Barb, would you like to ask the next one?
Sure. Let's see. We've been through most of these. Bruce Hingforth asks, as our candidates, would you continue to represent the Green Party nationally and internationally as Jill Stein has after her campaigns in 2012 and 2016? And Daria, we'll start with you.
Absolutely. That's an easy question there. Thank you for that one. But you know, we already have as a campaign in terms of internationally. We're the only campaign that made an official campaign trip to connect with a social justice and political activist on the issue of Palestinian rights in Palestine. And I'm very proud for that meeting and for what that underlined about how our approach to building peace and building diplomacy and making connections is going to be so impactful in the future. And we're going to continue to make those connections now internationally and continue to do them beyond the primary, because not only does it raise the profile of the party, but it reaches our goal as a party, one of our major goals, building a sense of peaceful diplomacy and peaceful connection with countries as equals for the sake of saving the planet and for the sake of humanity.
Thank you. Same question over to Howie. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. I represent us nationally and internationally. I think that's part of the job description of being the presidential candidate. One of the things I would emphasize is solidarity with movements of workers and oppressed people around the world. And sometimes we get too caught up in the geopolitics between different nation states, and we don't center the people who are fighting most of these states, which we're in a capitalist system. There's oppression and exploitation everywhere. And we sometimes don't see the people at the grassroots who are fighting for their freedom and their bread and their land. So that would be an emphasis I would make.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're gonna ask one more question before we let you go. And this is another one from Bruce. He's asking a lot of good questions. So do the candidates think that the Green Party US should become a dues-paying membership party? So this will go to Howie first, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I actually have an ebook out that makes the case for that, called The Case for an Independent Left Party. You can get it from my website, howiehawkins.us. And the reason is, if we're going to be serious, we're taking on the two biggest capitalist parties in the world. The second most enthusiastic, as one conservative called it, the Democratic Party. The most enthusiastic, the Republican Party. They got all this money, and we're damn broke. I mean, if you're going to be part of this party, you should be able to be willing to put a few dollars down. That was the invention of the left in the 19th century. The workers' movement wasn't going to get funded by, rich benefactors. They were fighting them just for the right to vote at first. So they paid dues like they did to their unions to fight the bosses. And so I think that's elementary. And the problem with American politics is there are no members in the Democratic or Republican Party. You tell the state what party you're in, you pick up their ballot, you vote, but you're atomized. There's no local organization. You can belong to any party no matter what your political principles.
Time.
So fascists in the Republican Party and the Democratic Party sometimes. So we should have principles and a willingness to pay dues and fund this damn thing.
Thank you. Same question over to Daria. Go ahead.
I don't think it's at all unreasonable, and it's fundamentally a socialist idea that people should have to share in the expense of party building, and to do so in order to be able to participate in ways such as engaging in party leadership and the other functionalities of a local party, of a state party. I draw the line, however, on the necessity to pay dues in order to vote in a primary. There is something unseemly about having to pay any amount in order to vote in a primary. And that really harkens back to the sensitivities I would say I have as a person of color in terms of barriers being put in place to voting for us. So we do have to draw the line in some places, but absolutely people should have to contribute to the common effort of party building.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you both. This has been a really great forum, and the comments are glowing with praise and appreciation for the the expertise and passion that you've shared with us today. So yeah, again, thank you both for making the time, and we'll let you go now. If you'd like to give us a very brief close, then feel free to do that. And yeah, then I guess afterwards we can unmute everyone just to say thank you. and goodbye. So the first, so why don't we say a couple of minutes just for closing, just so we can get back on track here time-wise. And Dario, if you'd like to start, go ahead.
Absolutely. You know, it was such a pleasure being here with you, Wisconsin. And I look forward to the great work we're going to do together in order to build up this party and meet the challenges of 2020. I'm very excited by that. You know, it's important to know in a race with such impact as this, you know, what the differences are between candidates and what the best approach is to take in this election. And I want to underline those very briefly. We're the only campaign that has such a comprehensive plan, in addition to the Green New Deal, to deal with the environmental crisis this globe is facing. We are the campaign that wants to bring an end to the military-industrial complex, only campaign advocating a Department of Peace. We're the only campaign with such an ambitious plan on COVID-19, including $2K per month UBI and no rent, no mortgage, no eviction, in addition to ensuring we have a healthcare safety net, universal healthcare for all Americans and house the unhoused. We are the only campaign that's focusing on the broader issues feeding into climate change, like peak meat, and ensure that we ramp down meat production by 2030 to meet those challenges. And of course, we are a campaign that is composed of persons, myself and my running mate, Darlene Elias, who represent the struggle that Americans face every day and are strong advocates, have a history of being strong advocates in that struggle. And we're proud to be so. And we're looking forward to the opportunity to raise that green banner in 2020 and give people a sense of what real democratic choice is like. So I encourage you to learn more about our campaign at dariohunter.com. You can learn more about our policy positions. You can also sign up to our email list. You can choose to volunteer. And we wish money wasn't a part of politics, folks, but as it happens, it is. You can also donate through our website. So thank you once again for having me. And let's get together and do some impactful work to make sure the Green Party gets those funds out of 2020, that we reach that magic number. Green love to everybody.
Thank you. All right. Howie, we'll give you 2 minutes for a closing statement. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'll clarify a couple points. I agree with Dario. You don't want people to have to vote in primaries. In fact, that's not even legal in the states. But we're going to have dues for voting in our internal processes. This rent moratorium without relief, I think, is a big problem. And this is where we have a difference, because if you don't provide relief to the landlords and lenders, you're going to wipe out 10 million mom and pop landlords, credit unions that have these mortgages, housing cooperatives, public housing authorities. And you'll have a string of bankruptcies with the small businesses that serve the housing market. You're going to destroy millions of jobs. So that's why we have to have the moratorium. A third of the people ain't paying rent next month because they don't have it. That's what we know from national surveys. So we need the moratorium on rent, but we can't destroy all these businesses. Where are people going to go back to when we reopen the economy? So we got to provide relief. That's what they did in Denmark. They protected the businesses so they could pay payroll, and then the rents and mortgages and utility bills. There should be no utility cutoffs during this period either. So I think that needs to be part of the whole program. We got to be smart in the policies we put forward. So with that said, I enjoyed this conversation. It was good seeing familiar faces and new faces. And I'm asking for your vote in the Wisconsin primary. And you want to find out more, go to my website, howiehawkins.us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to unmute everyone for a second here so people can say thank you. And then we'll let you both go. All right. So everyone should be unmuted now. All right. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you.
I believe you had to respond to a prompt to unmute the mic.
And all right, so now, so next up, I want to call for just a very quick bathroom break for those who need it.
Good idea.
I think as many of us, but within 2 minutes, we can start having an open discussion on the presidential candidates. Yeah, so again, there's a lot of us on the call, so we'll try to keep things short. But we want to give everyone a chance to share their thoughts, and yeah. So why don't we take a couple of
maybe we could allocate 5 or 10 minutes to the bylaws discussion too.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good. I think yeah, let's start with the presidential discussion, which I think right after that forum, I'm sure people are burning to share their thoughts, and for folks who then want to continue with the bylaws discussion, we can definitely make space for that too. If that sounds good with everyone and there are no objections. So yeah, I'm going to take that bio break, and everyone else should feel free to take a little break, and we'll get the discussion going here in a couple of minutes.
Barb, you hear me?
Yeah.
Is there scholarships for people that want to be delegates and can't afford, to go there if it's an in-person thing?
Yeah, we usually set some up for those who are interested. If it's not in person, we probably won't allocate a bunch of money towards it since everybody's going to just be on their computers.
Yeah, it wouldn't be necessary then, but Jennifer has said that she would be willing to be a delegate too. So I nominated her, but I needed to ask the question about scholarships first because she would need, she would need a scholarship, she said.
Yeah, we usually make them available and have a special fundraiser for that as well. So if it turns out that it's going to be an in-person thing, we'll definitely work to do that again. Like we did that last year, although the person who was interested ended up deciding that they were not. But we do try to get people there who want to go. And in addition, if it's still in Detroit, like I was actually planning on getting a caravan together, driving a bunch of people there, whoever can fit in my car. And they often have scholarships so that people don't have to pay so much or pay anything at all for the meeting itself. In case people can't pay that kind of money to actually get into the convention. Now people still then have to figure out room and board. That could be part of the scholarship. But if it's not in person, then we probably won't do that, of course.
Would we have to formally ask Jennifer, or are we already past that point? Or?
Is it Jennifer Kidrosky or who?
Yeah, Jennifer Kidrosky.
Jennifer, do you accept the nomination?
Hold it. Back up. I missed the conversation.
She was away from her. She was away from her seat there for a minute. They do have scholarships, Jennifer. They do have scholarships. So if it was out of town and it is on the weekend, then there would be a scholarship for you to do that.
Okay.
So Barbara's asking if you accept the nomination to be a delegate.
Like Saturday and Sunday?
Our national meetings are usually Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it's supposed to be July 13th through the 19th.
So the actual delegate work, is that like where you'd have to be there Thursday and Friday as well? Because I thought she only had to be there on Saturday and Sunday, and that's what I told her. But I was wrong, maybe, huh?
Thursday, the 18th.
I'm not sure what the schedule of the meeting is. I know it goes for 4 days. I don't know. Probably most of the delegate work has to be done on Saturday, but I can't say for sure.
Thursday is the 11th, Barb.
The 11th?
Yeah, so 11, 12, 13, 14. No, oh, I'm sorry.
Of July?
Sorry, we're looking at the wrong month. 9, 10, 11, 12. That's probably what you said. Okay.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, my experience has been that typically Thursday is mostly workshops.
So Dave, if somebody had to work during the week, could they still be a delegate is the question, because Jennifer has to work during the week.
So I think so.
Okay.
Because again, Saturday is kind of the critical day when the delegates actually cast their votes. So I believe so. We also, again, we can nominate people as alternates, delegates or alternates.
Mm-hmm.
And if we do elect someone as a delegate and, for some reason they're not able to make it, then, as long as we have alternates, then we should be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
any questions about that, Jennifer? So you could also be a delegate alternate, is what David's saying. If you didn't get elected as a delegate, you could get elected as a delegate alternate.
Oh no.
You want to think about it and decide next time, or when is that election for delegates today?
well, we are planning to start it today.
Yeah.
Although I think we're planning to have the voting open through Tuesday.
Okay.
So there were also nominations proposed for Joe Nathan Kingfisher, Angelito Tenorio, and Alex Brower. I think Angelito had to step away.
Suppose I could take vacation. I was actually looking to possibly go to it, but I was like,
Yeah. Thanks, David and Barbara, for answering those questions.
Sure thing. Yeah, so it looks like Alex and Angelito have both left at this point, but Joe Nathan is still here. So, Joe Nathan, would you like to respond to someone nominating you as a delegate to the Presidential Nominating Convention?
Looks like he's away from his desk too.
Oh, yeah.
Does Jennifer need to formally respond?
Well, you don't need to respond right now, but I'm just asking if you'd want to.
Yeah, both. Oh, wow, sorry.
No, I've never even been to a national event, so it's like, maybe I should go to one first.
Okay. Well, yeah, you don't have to decide right now. So it's 2:38. Our forum went long, so we are technically a little bit behind schedule. So why don't we now get into the discussion of the presidential candidate race? So if folks would like to get on stack to share your thoughts, then and we have a self-nomination as an alternative from Nero Grot Gallagher. So thank you for that. And there's a message in the chat about that. Okay, so Bill, would like to get on stack. Go ahead, Bill. Okay. Bill? You there?
Yeah, Bill's on mute.
I'm trying to unmute him.
I'm unmuted now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we should be very pleased that we have 2 or 3 candidates of such high quality that understand fully the green program and can articulate it as well as at least the 2 that we've heard from today. I must reveal, however, that I have been a supporter of Howie Hawkins since the first day that I learned that he intended to run. And the reason primarily goes back to a couple of articles that I read from 4 or 5 years ago, where he laid out a vision of what we would need to do to transform the Green Party into a mass movement, a membership-based organization that could really seriously have an impact on the political direction of this country. And what he laid out was so comprehensive, so convincing, so thoroughgoing that he pretty much won me in those couple of articles to backing his run for office. And the way he tells the story, he was convinced by several people in leadership positions in the Green Party to run for president. And I'm sure it was a decision that he probably thought long and hard at. He has run for public office any number of times in New York and has done pretty well. And he's demonstrated his capability and his ability to aggressively reach the media and to think on his feet and to address political issues that are local, that are state, and now on the national platform. I think he's doing quite well as well. So both of these candidates are quite qualified. They are articulate. They are thoughtful. It really boils down to who you feel might be the most effective advocate of our politics and our views. And I have a very high level of confidence. I had a high level of confidence in Jill Stein, which was always repaid, and then some. And I feel that same level of confidence in Howie's ability to really get out there and throw some punches and get the green program out there before people. And I think he would be an outstanding candidate. So that pretty much summarizes my views. Vote for Howie.
Okay. So the next person I have on stack is Greg. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I missed this, I guess, but how long has Dario been with the Green Party? Does anybody know?
Does anyone have an answer for that? So I will attempt to answer. Maybe someone has more comprehensive. I mean, my impression is that he has been a Green for about 3 years. But, don't quote me on that. I'm not positive.
His Wikipedia page says he's been a Green since 2018.
Thanks. Okay. Since 2018. Did you have anything else, Greg, or just the question?
Just that, thanks. Nero.
Okay, thank you. So now we have a few more people on stack. Farheen, Jose, Bruce, and then we have some comments in the chat. So go ahead, Farheen. Is Farheen muted? Farheen, we can't hear you right now. It doesn't look like you're muted though. Okay, you might have an audio issue. We'll try to come back to you. Yeah, so hopefully we can come back to you. Also, folks can put their comments in the chat. And if you like, you can request, that we read your comment from the chat. So we'll try to come back to you. Next, we have Jose. Go ahead, Jose.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, as an official new due-paying member of the Green Party, I think I only have like two things to say. One, and that he could, I appreciate how he's experienced, and he could give some good publicity to the Green Party and good encouragement, even if his candidacy doesn't get very far. And second, for those reasons, I think he's the candidate.
Jose, your video is freezing.
Got good experience, and Dario, very enthusiastic, had a lot of good ideas. Both of them were on the same page on many things. But for now, I think I'd prefer Howie. So that's all.
Thanks. Yeah, so your video froze just at the beginning. Just to clarify, were you speaking about Howie at the beginning?
Did it cut out?
It froze for a few seconds.
A couple of times.
Should I repeat myself?
You can, yeah, go ahead, just to clarify.
Okay, so I really appreciated Howie's experience, and even if his experience and his direction, even if his candidacy doesn't get very far, I think he's the man who can articulate the Green Party's position the best and could reach out to the most. I've got nothing bad to say about Dario. I like his enthusiasm, and I think he agreed with Howie on many things, on almost everything. So both of them are great candidates, but I'd prefer to vote for Howie.
Thanks. Okay, so next we have Bruce, I believe. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, Howie's been a member, helped to form the original version of the Green Party, which was the Committees of Correspondence, after meeting in Minneapolis in 1984, which I knew about, but I wasn't invited. Anyway, I first met him in 1987 when he came to Milwaukee right after Rick Whaley and I helped start the first Milwaukee Greens. And I have known Howie and worked with him ever since. He's been working to build a Green Party ever since. That's been a real main focus of his. He's run for governor, I think, 3 times in New York, and like he said, he's gotten significant votes because he knows how to campaign, he knows how to organize, and that's why a lot of people, Greens from around the country, have put a lot of faith and encouraged him to run in the first place. And on top of that, one of the things, I saw him in Chicago at a conference some of us went to last fall, and I was impressed, and I looked it up later on his website. Not only does he address these issues, he's got a plan, he's got a budget. He can actually talk numbers about things like the Green New Deal, which is very important because right now, the Democrats tout the Green New Deal. They don't know how to fund it. They have no clue. They're just all will raise taxes, blah, 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 blah. But no, Howie has a plan. He's been thinking about this stuff for a long and running on it for a long time. So I appreciate Dario's efforts. I hope he sticks around and gets more active at the national level. Prior to just a couple of months ago, I'd never heard of him. So I'm going with Howie. Over.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. All right, so we're going to try to go to Farheen again, and I see some more people have gotten back on the stack. So Farheen, are you there? Let's see, is Farheen muted now? Farheen, it looks like you're muted now. Are you able to unmute? I'm trying to unmute you, not working.
It won't let me either.
Okay. So Farheen, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
Hi. So I basically wanted to have an opportunity to talk a little bit about why I'm supporting Dario Hunter. I know Howie Hawkins has been in the Green Party for a really long time, but I've had a very different vision of the Green Party since I joined in 2002. And it was really difficult, and I was very reluctant to come to this meeting today and join the Green Party again because I'd had such a horrible experience as a woman of color in 2012 and 2013, and just years and years and years of putting in so much of my youth and my efforts into like making the party into a direction where we focus on the future and start looking at what America really looks like, and being able to like respond to that. And I had probably been the person that was the most annoying, talking about we need to like diversify the party, bring more people of color in, be more people of color friendly, and getting the eye rolls and oh, there she goes again. And so it was a very difficult situation for me to come back, but I came back for Dario because I believe in him and I believe what he is capable of doing for the party, and I believe that we need to start looking and focusing on the future of what America really looks like. And America looks like Dario, not just what he is or who he is, but what he's done. Like the fact that like, you know, he has a diverse amount of skill sets in terms of legally being, working on so many different aspects, education, being a public figure, being well spoken, being a elected official. These are being someone who lived in the Midwest and on the West Coast. Like, these are all things I think are needed for us to, as a vision, as a party, to move forward. And I know that people are like comfortable with Howie Hawkins because he's been around for years. He's one of us, you know, as they may say. But I know that I put in 12 years of my life, my youth, into the Green Party, and I never was told that I was one of us. I was always treated like an outsider, and I was always treated like I didn't belong. And I think it's because I'm a woman of color, but other people will say, no, that's not true. And that's fine. That's up for debate. And that's an internal conflict that needs to happen. But don't do this to him, because we need more people who, even if they've joined the party in 2016 or 2018, like we need them to stick around and we need them to be here. And we need to believe in them. That's nothing to like, well, they're an outsider and never allow them in. Because if you're only going to let the people, if you're only going to trust the people that are the founding members of the party, you're in big trouble. There are only a few founding members that are there, and they're not very diverse, and they're not in touch with so many communities. And Dario not only is great with working with different communities, he's a person that you can literally bring into any community setting, into any place where he is the quote unquote minority. And he just works so well with them. And I don't see that with Howie. I don't see him coming into a place where people who look like me are around and him just going with the flow. And I'm saying that not just because like I don't like him or anything. It's because really like this is the experience that I've had to deal with for years and years in the Green Party, where I would bring people into community centers where they were the only white person there, and they get super uncomfortable. They get, they even though I would tell them don't do this and don't do this and do this and do this, they make faux pas, and I would just get very frustrated, saying like we're only as America getting more diverse. We're only getting more multicultural. Why can't you get with the program? And that frustration. that's there. And I understand that like people might just belittle me even more for bringing it up again, but like probably the thing that we need to get those Bernie Sanders supporters to support our Green Party is we need someone who's going to be culturally competent. And I see that with Dario Hunter. And that's why I'm supporting him. And that's why I paid my $12 to vote. Because my husband got his hours reduced and I don't have a job. Like, so we're low income now. And I paid my $12 and to do this because I really believe that, we can take this chance and this opportunity, and really bank on it by supporting someone who's going to bring in more people in the party and expand the party into places and ways we never may have ever imagined. So that's why I'm supporting him. Vote for Dario Hunter. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, thank you for coming to this meeting and, giving us a chance. And, I see some comments in the chat. Thank you for coming back. We're going to keep going on stack here. So next on the stack, I have Jeffrey Jacobs.
Hi.
Jeffrey, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to weigh in on this discussion a little bit. First of all, this is my first Green Party meeting, and I'm getting a lot out of it. I thought it was excellent. There's really no way I could get this close to presidential candidates and to serious people trying to solve the nation's issues, but to be involved in the local party. So I just want to appreciate you, having a reasonable dues membership and letting in new voices. I'm a long-time Green voter, but I'm just new to the party, and I really think it's great. I came into this a Howie Hawkins voter because I sort of wanted.
Okay, Jeffrey,
Yeah.
did you have more to say?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because
Yes.
I wasn't sure. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to make a point. This is about the presidential campaign. I just wanted to make a point about how difficult it is. And I'm generally still a Howie Hawkins voter. I like him. I think he speaks to the working class. But I do want to point out how difficult it must have been for Dario Hunter to leave his local Democratic Party organization after running in a local primary with them. Those a lot of times are very insulated groups, just like any local political group. And it was just a very brave thing. And so I do want to have a shout out for that. I don't know that necessarily won my vote, but it was much more difficult than people might give it credit for. If you've been independents for most of your political lives, if you were enmeshed in a local Democratic Party and you chose to, in that same community, run as a Green or become a Green publicly, especially in the eloquent way he probably did, it couldn't have been easy. So, and no matter how we go about it, I think we have to make sure that gentleman stays in the Green Party for the rest of his career, because he's a very, very just. I was blown away by really both the candidates, but I hadn't had as much exposure to Dario Hunter. So I didn't expect this to be a Dario Hunter pitch, but do your best with the decision, guys. I think it's tough.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. So next up, we have Monty. Monty, are you muted?
I got it. I'll try not to be long here, but I've been severely humbled this season, as in that my first choice changed several times. At first, Howie was the technocrat, the long-time experienced bureaucrat in the party, and so I wanted to vote for Dario. Particularly as if elected, he would be 10 years younger than the other main people they talk about. He'd still be the third oldest president. Dario's on the other end of the spectrum. He would definitely be well under the 55 average. And for a lot of reasons, I went for Dario first, and I wasn't really real clear on who he was yet. I didn't get around to paying that much attention, and then I changed to be a Bernie guy, and I got in the Bernie grinder for a while, and it was actually a fun ride in retrospect. But That's the roller coaster in my heart part. And then I looked at Howie, and he changed. Well, he didn't change. The perception of his perception of the Russian effect had changed. And while he's not entirely, and few people are in agreement with me on that issue, if you see him lately on Lee Camp, for instance, you'll see, or Redacted Tonight, I think it was, you'll see that he has a pretty well nuanced actual perspective on that that's very real and a little not entirely again mine, but anyways. So now I want to vote for Howie because he's the technocrat of experience. Um, but I still want to vote for a man who's 36 and not white and old. And so at this point, I'm further embarrassed by the fact that I still don't know who I'm voting for at first, and I'm glad to be able to vote for them both. If I could blend them, I would. And the same goes with me and Tom Rodman, but it can't be done.
All right, thank you, Monty. So next up we have Jeff Reese. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay. Well, my feelings are, I met Howie several months ago in Chicago at the Eco-Socialism Conference, and the one thing I have to say about him is he's very well organized. I've had people tell me that he gives kind of a stemwinder speech. It seems like he's rehearsed. But I think being organized, plus the fact that he's got a lot of experience, right now my concern is with the fact that we have got we got to have somebody that can keep their eye on China, and I think as we all know by now, nothing in this world operates in a vacuum. You flush something down the toilet that doesn't belong there, eventually it's going to end up in the ocean. And I think we're finding that out really the hard way because, with the whole economy going in the crapper in the last, just in a matter of weeks, the Green Party, I think, is the only party that can possibly rescue us from this catastrophe that we've got going right now. And I think that Howie has got it on the ball here to maybe be the one that can get us through this. As far as Dario, I do like the way that what he expresses his issues. But I think, if anything, considering how short of a time he's been with the Green Party, he might be better off to maybe run for something a little bit more localized, and maybe come back in a few years and maybe we could take another look at him. So that would be my feelings.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Sure.
So let's see. Then the next person on the stack is Nero. Go ahead, Nero.
Yeah, I just wanted to say very simply, I think we're in a moment where we could get a lot of support from progressives and people on the left, particularly people who are former Bernie supporters. And I think it's obvious to a lot of people that the Green Party is the alternative. But I also think that optics are an important aspect of our movement towards the future. I think if we offer an alternative of an old white man side by side with two other old white men, a lot of people will think that maybe we aren't going to be moving forward in a different direction. I think that particularly because Dario represents such a diverse coalition of Americans, that a lot of people will see that and think this is a party that knows what it's doing, and this is a party that isn't afraid to put people forward who aren't quite as established, who aren't part of, who don't look like the establishment. So I think that Dario is the better alternative, not only because of his identity, but also because of his experience as a rabbi, as an educator, as an activist in multiple different communities, and as a young person who's been entrenched in a liberal arts school for the past 3 years, I can guarantee that a lot of young students would be much more attracted to Dario than Howie, but that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then next we have Jeanette. Go ahead, Jeanette.
I was able to first see Howie in March when he came to Milwaukee, and I was really impressed that he had come to speak to a small group of us. And I've known about him. I've followed him since he was running for governor of New York. And, I was really very much in favor of him when he was doing that, supportive of his campaign. And I think that he's had so much experience with so many different organizations and parties and all his life. And as far as, appealing to Sanders supporters, I think he does get support from them. I've seen on Sanders, pages, people saying that they're going to vote for Howie. So, I don't think that it would be difficult for them to make the switch. And the other thing that I like about him is that besides all the activism that he's been involved in all his life, is the fact that he's a very strong union person. He's been in unions all his life too, and so he appeals to workers, and I think he would help us to build toward a labor party.
Great, thank you, Jeanette. So Josh Anderson is next on Stack.
Hi. So I wanted to speak. I like both candidates. I think both of them do appeal to me. But I think I'm leaning Dario, and there's a few reasons. I think, to be realistic, what the Green Party needs to do is hit 5%. To do that, they need to appeal to Bernie Sanders supporters. And I believe Dario, for a lot of reasons, for what he representation matters. He's a gay man, an openly gay man. He's Black. He reaches out to a lot of communities, and I think he's interesting. He's a young guy, 36, and I think the Green Party needs to look towards building towards the future, and elevating someone younger, like 36, there'll be years to come from him. He's well-spoken. He's educated, with a degree, legal experience. So that's where I'm leaning. I really do like Howie, but Howie also kind of, and just to be frank, reminds me a lot of the toxicity in the National Party. And seeing some of that, it doesn't appeal to me as a Green. So Dario is kind of where I'm leaning, and I do. I just think that he will be more. There's going to be a media blackout of Greens. They're going to black us out, and I think having someone that I don't know can be, he would be, first African American, I believe, on his mom's side she's Iranian, openly gay. I think these are things that the media really couldn't ignore. And one of the things that I get thrown at me a lot as a Green is they say that we're privileged because we don't understand a lot of these communities. We don't represent a lot of these communities. And I think someone like Dario takes some of those arguments away and saying like, well, hey, like we're not just nominating another old rich white guy. I mean, not that Howie's rich, but that's the perception. And I think that was the perception with Jill too, being, a doctor, white, that she was privileged. And I think I love that he's a technocrat. I love his experience with the party, but I think Dario should be where the future of the party goes and where we need to go. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So let's see, next. Sorry here, there's a ton going on in the chat. So it's Josh, then Joe Nathan Kingfisher. Joe Nathan, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was notified that I was nominated for presidential nominating delegate, and I accept. So thank you very much. And I just on the topic quickly, I find myself really liking both candidates and really appreciating their expertise, and I have to kind of throw my weight behind Dario. And it just quickly, I've been involved since 2000 with the Green Party. I worked with Winona LaDuke and Nader back in that era, and continued friendship with Winona. And her dad, Son Bear, was a very influential man. He, quoting from Winona, he said, "Whatever your philosophy is, it had better feed people," and it translates to food sovereignty. And for me, farm and family is where that is at. And both candidates mentioned they sort of I think fascist criminal elements in the Republican and Democratic Party. And I want to throw it out there, not to be naive or gullible about the dangers. If we get 5% or better, well, then they'll start throwing stuff at us. And I found out recently Martin Luther King had specifically talked about racism, materialism, and militarism the week before he was killed. And I would really like to see an undercurrent of providing for people, whatever happens. I'd love to see the Green Party as a seed source, as a literal, food source. And I think a lot of all these things are just better addressed with Dario and his diversity. And I'll end it at that. And I appreciate everybody. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And also, just to make sure that our secretary notes that Joe Nathan accepted the nomination for delegate. So thank you for that. So next on the stack, I believe is Jim Young. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. So I guess what I want to do is put out my thoughts on why I think that Dario would be a better candidate. And I guess I look back at when I first decided to run for governor in Wisconsin, and I wouldn't have done that. I was hoping that Walt Brissett was going to run for us, and then he passed away. And I joined the Green Party after starting out with the Witness for Nonviolence and looking at treaty rights issues, and then working in Milwaukee with my student teaching and the people of color and their access to food, and to being able to even show up in the classroom and concentrate enough to learn and to grow. And I look at what opportunities we have as a Green Party. That's a color of the earth, along with brown. And the the white is the the purifying and the need to go that full spectrum of people, color, of culture, of experience is so important to represent and to bring people in. And I love our Green Party symbol with the circle there. And we have to have a group of people that support and that build that circle, the different perspectives, and that we work together as one. And I think that somebody with the experience in unfortunately, the way our neighborhoods are segregated, and even economically, the way our systems are based, we really need to have a picture to present that is reflective of people, the world, and that community. So I think Dario can do a great job with that. What I heard from him today, and no disrespect to Howie, but Dario is going to do a great job, and I think he's got a good team put together. And I just support people and encourage them to support Dario. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next on the stack, I have Barb, then me, then Jose, then Mike. I believe is who we have right now. Hope I didn't miss anyone there, but go ahead, Barb.
Hi, I'm just here to make everybody's decision harder. So last fall was really the first time that I had to work with these candidates. We tried to get both of them to our fall meeting, and both of them were really generous with their time, working with me to try and figure something out because neither of them were able to come. So Howie Hawkins sent a surrogate for him who spent quite a bit of time with us. And Dario Hunter put out about a 5-minute piece of media. We should still have the video on our YouTube or Facebook, probably both. And so that's a really good source for more information about Dario for people if they're thinking about, well, just for anybody's information. I think that it really, it was very well done and a great representation of what he said today in a shorter form. And really, he spoke directly to Milwaukee, which was really nice. It wasn't just like a clipped together piece that he did for multiple states. He really addressed Milwaukee concerns. Another piece of media I'd like to point out for you all is that C-SPAN has the original interview with some of the co-chairs of the Green Party in 1991 when it was founded. I was born in 1991. The Green Party is about my age. And to see Howie Hawkins sitting up there in 1991, he looked a bit different back then. Really rooting for the Green Party back then is also very fascinating and great to see. So those are a couple pieces of media that I hope folks will check out and may be influential a little bit. I think that a point towards Dario Hunter is that often people underestimate the kind of power and energy that newer Greens have, that Greens who have not been here for a long time often are the ones that get the most things done. So just because Dario is newer, I don't think that's really a point against him. A point towards Howie is that he is the original Green New Dealer, and I think he really has more of a conservative voter base, that folks who might be disenfranchised by the two other parties and are more of conservative working class people will look towards a Howie Hawkins to vote for this fall. And Dario Hunter would probably turn more of those people away, but he might bring in more of those upper crust liberals who spend a lot of time talking about how it's very important to have more diversity up at the top. So they're really like the two sides of the left side of the spectrum argument, working class versus diversity. And I think that we have such a problem trying to pick one out of the two because they're both incredibly important and integral to what we are. So picking one over the other, I don't think that's like our choice forever, and the other one can just like die out as a part of what we need is in this party. We clearly need both of those things. So I hope I've made your choice much more difficult, and thanks for listening to me.
Thanks, Barb. Okay, so I'm next up on the stack, and I want to say again, although I mentioned before, just in the interest of full disclosure, I am doing some contract work for the Howie Hawkins campaign. That said, I wouldn't have taken that work if I didn't believe in what Howie is doing and what his campaign is doing. Just the same as I, worked for Jill Stein because I believed 100% in what she was doing. So I just want to say a few words about why I support Howie. And I also, I agree with many people who say we are lucky to have two candidates who are very compelling. I think Dario is a great speaker. Yeah, I mean, we all saw in the forum today, they were both very impressive. I do think that Howie's campaign is the one I will support because, well, there are a number of reasons. One is that a Green Party presidential campaign really has to build itself. As was mentioned, the National Green Party doesn't have many resources at all. We face a very hostile political establishment and hostile media establishment. And even just to get on the ballot is a big challenge. And I know that the Howie Hawkins campaign has gone into this from the beginning with a very clear-eyed view of what the challenges are. And they've been petitioning to get on the ballot, not just their campaign, but the Green Party in state after state, and they've been successful in many states. And that is something that actually typically the presidential campaign does for the national party is wins ballot access in many states. So that's something they have the organization to do that and the infrastructure to do that, and the people who are working on that team. Another thing is media. I remember seeing Howie Hawkins' his governor campaigns in New York, where I lived before moving to Wisconsin. And they were very impressive. And again, in a hostile environment, they won us a lot of extra support. And Howie's actually gotten the New York Green Party won ballot status 3 times for them running for governor. In the 2014 election, when he was in the televised debates with Andrew Cuomo, he won 5% of the vote. And that made a big difference. Shortly thereafter, Cuomo said, okay, yeah, the Democrats said we were going to do fracking, but now we're going to ban fracking. And they've made other concessions that they, otherwise would never make if people just vote for them on the Working Families Party or whatever. So, the Green Party has been a real player in New York, largely thanks to Howie's campaigns. And I also saw very impressive media coverage because folks on his team, they have had, for many years been building those relationships and they kept at it. And I think also Howie himself is just extremely knowledgeable. He's been an activist his whole life. He is extremely well read and extremely knowledgeable about all these issues. He can go toe to toe. I mean, I think in a debate he would totally shred either Trump or Biden, or pretty much anyone else that you could. I mean, there's almost no one who I would trust more to go up in a debate or go, to represent us on a national forum, just because of his lifelong commitment and his depth of knowledge and experience. Yeah, and these sort of things are not a given. If you don't have a campaign that is basically has the resources and has the people who can make these things happen, like ballot access, like media, and just getting out there and organizing, then it's very easy just to kind of get brushed to the side. And I've seen since Bernie Sanders dropped out, on social media, a large amount of buzz for Howie Hawkins. I've seen, for example, on Twitter, his following has gone, basically tripled now to almost 34,000. And meanwhile, Dario's is at around 4,000, little over 4,000. And that isn't everything, of course, but it just kind of shows that a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters, a lot of socialists, and from what I've seen, it looks like a very diverse group and a very young group have gravitated towards Howie Hawkins, because similar with the Bernie Sanders thing, it's not so much about the identity of the candidate as it is about the values and the issues and the commitment. And finally, I mean, I've seen Howie in this fight for a long time, and this is maybe the hardest year that we've ever faced looking at a presidential campaign. In 2004, after Bush had been elected in 2000, and people scapegoated Ralph Nader, it was a very difficult year for the Green Party, and lots of people didn't want us to run a candidate even within the party. And it was probably the hardest time, but the party got through that and survived. I think this year we're going to see tremendous amounts of pressure. And so, there's no one I would trust more taking the mantle than someone who's been with the party since the very beginning, who has put so much blood, sweat, and tears into building it, and who I know in a national debate, in a national interview, in any setting, is just completely reliable every time. So anyway, sorry to go on so long, but I just want to throw that perspective out there, and I appreciate everyone else who shared their perspective as well. So why don't we go back to the stack? I think after me, we had Jose and then Mike. Jose, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I think we could go ad nauseum arguing how good both of the candidates are. And I hope to make my contribution brief. I come from a cautious point of view that I did not know the political infrastructure of both of those candidates, and I'm more inclined again to go with Howie because he does have the infrastructure. I think if they could combine forces and support each other, whichever candidate gets the nomination, it would be beneficial. And I hope we can you know, have that be possible when it's all said and done. And yeah, and I am torn. I am very torn. But yeah, I'm still leaning towards Howie. So thank you for organizing this. That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Dave,
So
a quick point of information about voting.
sure.
I think Curtis asked that are the delegates winner take all or proportional? They are proportional, so long as the ranked choice candidates get over 15% of the vote. Otherwise, that vote goes to their second choice pass.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So on the stack right now, I see we have Mike McAllister, and followed by Monty and Greg. Did I miss anyone there? Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. Dario performed much better this time than at any other time I've seen him. He's now a very impressive candidate. I first encountered him at the Chicago Eco-Socialist Conference last fall, where it seemed like many of his solutions and many of the things he talked about were focused on legal frameworks. Today, he talked a lot more about community building and party building, which was very impressive. Clearly he's learned a lot in the course of this campaign. Undoubtedly, he will do more of that as the year goes on. I'm for Howie for two primary reasons. I think we desperately need more working people in public office. Howie downplays this a little bit. In introducing him at that Milwaukee meeting last month, he shrugged it off and said, "Well, I just had to pay. I just was a worker because I had to pay the bills." But I think that it appeals to a wide range of working people that one of their own could possibly be president. Yeah, he's an old white guy, but I think working people that particular message and his story as a union person and as a working person who can relate to the vast majority of the American people counts for something. And I also think that his movement experience, decades long, of actual social movements dating back, not only the trade union movement, but civil rights and all movements against war, et cetera, et cetera. I think that counts both as an organizing principle for the Green Party and an organizing principle for the country, to tell you the truth. I am definitely making Dario a second choice, which I was not planning to do when I got here this morning. I hope that he, I certainly want him around. I want to keep both guys around who are active in this campaign. I don't know the third person at all, so but it is impressive that we've got more at least two very solid candidates in this race, but I'm still voting Howie.
Thanks. Okay. So next up we have, let's see, Monty, then Greg. Go ahead, Monty.
I'm surprised that I have to bring this up. Not really considering myself much of a socialist, but a lot of Bernie bros do. And by that, I don't mean to be sex exclusive. I don't want to miss pointing out that back in October, how we got the Socialist Workers Party, I believe it was called, nod. I believe, what is it called? DSA or something like that. There's a Democratic Socialists org that's very part of the Democratic Party almost. The other end of the spectrum, they've also supported him, if my memory serves, very recently. And so I just wanted to point out that age isn't the only criteria. Bernie had a lot of voters up through our ages, or up well past the boomers, but mostly down from the boomers, and I know we're young boomers like myself. But what really is cutting across a lot of them is they're all exploring socialism or trying to define everybody else's socialism as theirs, which makes them hard to maybe work with sometimes. But they're all at different levels and they need a home. And I think Howie is probably going to attract them as well as Dario. Not that I'm really saying there's going to be that much difference, but institutional socialism really is supporting Howie strongly. And there really is an inter-party alliance developing around him. That's it. Pass.
Thanks, Monty.
Oh, and I'm polling Facebook groups, Progressive, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Socialist, Bernie. Which one would attract more Bernies? I'll let them decide for me, the ones I know.
Okay. Thank you.
If you want to know, I'll let you in on it if you contact me.
Well, yeah, you can share the results with us later. So
yeah, well, I'm not going to really consider any results till tomorrow. So
okay, yeah, and now
yes.
So there's something of a move in the chat to finish up the discussion, and I think we just have one more person on stack, and I think it seems like everyone's gotten a chance to say their piece who wants to. If anyone has any burning thoughts, particularly if you haven't spoken, but yeah, we do want to respect people's time. So why don't we just go to Greg, and then maybe we can move on. Go ahead, Greg.
I'll pass, Dave. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. All right. So thank you, everyone. And again, really good forum and really good discussion. I think next up, so we had a question about the actual voting process. Either Barb, Tom, Tom, are you there?
Yeah, I've kind of laid out the options to the, our internal group. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Because it's not coming back in my earphones. And so we have to make some decisions. It's a little bit like talking about how to make the sausages in the sausage factory. I don't know. I want to go into a lot of detail. But yeah, I guess if I had the ideas I was throwing around was, one would be kind of, in my opinion, would be kind of aggressive to start the election tonight, say at 7. And a little bit more comfortable might be, starting the election, I don't know, 11 in the morning tomorrow. But I mean, we can do either one of those. And then as you understand now, because we're using this tool called OPA Vote, which says ranked choice voting. It costs us $10 per election. We can, well, I don't know if you want to address the issue of the voter list and whether or not we have a complete voter list, Dave. And, you know, we have a workaround, right? Pass.
Yes. My understanding from our talk last night was that we do have a list of all the members that we can email the voting information to, and if need be, then we can add more people. Is that correct, Tom?
Well, this gets to the issue of sort of the grace periods and some judgment calls, because we've got some very active volunteers that put in a lot of time that may not be 100% up on their dues. So that's an example of kind of sort of the corner cases that I think we have to discuss in terms of who's in and who's out of the list. Pass. So I guess for that reason, I think maybe we should reach some sort of a consensus amongst us as to what final criteria we're going to use for the voter list. The other thing people should know is the way the selection works is if you're on the list, you'll get an email announcing it, and I should probably go look up the domain because we ran a test election, and I can put it in the chat that people should be on a lookout for an email with this kind of a from address. And, you know, it's not from Google, and it's not from Facebook, and it's not from Yahoo. So it's very possibly going to go right into your spam folder. So I'll try to do that in the next 15 minutes and put it into the chat so people know what to expect. Pass.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So, yeah, so it sounds like we still need just a little bit of time in the back end to set up the election. We are using, again, this tool that allows us to do ranked choice voting in a way that allocates our delegates proportionally. So that is a nice feature, but yeah, it's well, it's not super complicated, but it's also not super simple. So hopefully we'll be able to email those out to people in a few hours. Like Tom was saying, hopefully by 7 p.m. But it's not ready right now. And then I think, what did we discuss? Having it open until Tuesday at midnight?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so our plan is to send out the ballots later today. At the very latest, it would be tomorrow morning, but we're striving for later today, and it looks like we'll be able to do that. And then there's a question, what about people without email addresses? So I don't know if someone has an answer for that. Yeah, then the voting will be open through Tuesday. Monty wants to get on stack, I assume, about the voting issue. Go ahead, Monty.
Well, at first I just wanted to say that when it comes to the actual operation of voting, there will be a column of candidates or four choices, and there will be an empty box, and you add those to the box if you want to vote for them. If you change your mind on what order they're in, you can drag them around once they're in the box. In terms of if you don't have an email, we're going to have to work out some kind of custom solution, because here you are in the meeting, you should be able to vote. Maybe somebody could do it for you by proxy. Tom and I each have a whole handful of emails we can give away, but one must have an email associated, and open that email and click the link to get into the election. That's our verification that you are who you are. Okay.
So, yeah, I'm also seeing people asking about a break, and we did have a 10-minute break planned after the presidential discussion. Yeah, so after that, I know that we've been here for a little while now. So thanks everyone for sticking around. If folks have to leave, then we certainly understand. If people want to stick around, we did have optional discussions on the agenda about organizing the Green Party in Wisconsin, and we'd be very very glad for people to stick around for that. But yeah, if folks have any questions about voting or anything else, definitely send them along. We'll try to answer all those. But I think right now, why don't we take a 10-minute break and get back together at 3:55 just for a little more discussion and hopefully get to know each other a little bit better, and what we're all hoping to accomplish with the Green Party. So yeah, but just before we break, I see that Patty is on stack. Go ahead, Patty.
Well, just in case people are leaving now, I just wanted to say thanks so much to Dave and Barb for the excellent presentation today and hosting and preparation. It's just been really interesting and enjoyable. And thank you so much for all your hard work on this. And also thanks to Tom and Monty and their teams for making this happen and getting the technology all in place. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much to everyone. I'll be here later, but in case anybody's leaving. Bye.
Yeah, I think we're all feeling that. So thanks, Patty. All right, so let's take that 10-minute break and then hopefully see a lot of you back here in 10 minutes.
I'm hearing Monty?
Yeah, that's me.
You're breathing, yeah. It's like I know you're breathing.
I could have been in here for a while. My headset's actually hanging on the monitor, so you wouldn't be able to hear me over anybody.
No, actually, your sound now is not echoing. So what are you doing? Because
it's echoing here. If I put the headphones closer together, you'll notice.
But every time when you unmute to Zoom, then you start echo.
Oh yeah, when I change anything, if I take my screen out of being on my external speakers, so that I can use the volume control on the screen for my headset instead of the built-in, I get this wicked echo. And if I do the same thing and then open up, I always get some interesting sound effects. Let me tell you.
Oh, I see. So I'm hearing you through the Hangouts video call. That's the only reason I'm hearing you. Okay.
Yeah. I tried to make that happen before, but this is the only way I can get it to work without being.
So I don't. Is it a problem that OpaVote has no idea that none of the above?
But they're getting the link from Nation Builder, right?
Wait, who they?
You said you would ping the domain.
Oh, no, I was going to look at the email that I got from OpaVote.
I was going to do the same for you, but I kind of got lost in this. All I can see is Nation Builder.
No, it would be from OpaVote. I have to go back and look.
Isn't that the email that we're... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the wrong email.
Yeah, okay.
It's just so much has been going on lately.
Oh, yeah.
List.
Well, I think we've done amazingly well.
So it does come from OpaVote?
Yeah, why wouldn't it come from
I'm not
OpaVote?
looking at all mail. We're going to give them a heads up about that too, I think. Let me see if I can find it in here.
I found it.
Good, because I'm not finding it. How old is the latest one that you've got there?
Well, let me just. I'll just share with it. I found it. It's just opavote.com.
Right.
And so
I already used the wrong keyboard twice and pinged Nation Builder into the group chat.
uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've had some disastrous pastes where I could have clobbered a server. It pastes like, hundreds of lines, and yeah, it's that can ruin your pretty much ruin your day.
I tried to follow what you were doing there for a while with DB, but it's still magic to me.
Right. I just did something just now that confused me. Okay.
Because I don't know enough to tell where the one stops and the other begins. See, I'm finding ones from the group and from Nation Builder, but I don't have anything from OPA.
Well, here, I'll put it in the chat. What should I say?
Just say that's the domain of the email that you promised or whatever.
Where are you? Where's Vanilla?
OpaVote sent me my ballot. That's probably a good language, right?
Yeah, that's a good way.
Using this from address. Okay.
Where's your tail?
Oh, a cat. Yeah. Yeah, I should actually. I should get up and go outside. I'm going to get up and go outside. These breaks aren't long enough. Get up and just walk down the. No, it's a beautiful day.
I know. You don't have to go out. Don't you, Vanilla? Your brother wants to go out too.
You know what's weird is.
Yeah, this is nice.
All right.
And windy.
Windy.
I don't know. This chat doesn't work so well. Man.
It's like a wait until the cold at night sets in before I move my car. I'm gonna go do it now.
right. So it's been 10 minutes. Some people might still have still be away from the computer, which is fine. Bill's pointed out that some folks have left, which is also fine. We have wrapped up our official business for today. Everyone who's a member in good standing will be emailed a ballot. And Tom says the ballot email will probably be from noreply@opavote.com. Yeah, so from here on out, we just have optional discussion. So if people have to leave, again, that's fine. But if folks are interested to stick around to talk about building the Green Party in Wisconsin, getting involved with your state party, potentially organizing on the local level, basically, however you want to get involved, then we did want to make some time for that as well. And, not just sort of focus on the business and the presidential race, but also on, sort of what folks were hoping to get out of this and how they were hoping to get involved. So, yeah. I know before there was a little bit of discussion about how, people wanted to get involved and things like organizing on the congressional district level, stuff like that. But I, do want to open up the floor if anyone has any sort of comments or questions to get the discussion rolling. Yeah, I'll just say again that I think, right now we have a state party that is active. We have active chapters in the greater Milwaukee area, in the Dane County area. We do have active members around the state, but many of them don't have an active local chapter. And I think, particularly in this time, it is difficult to meet locally, but, we still have tools to reach people who are in our state, in our areas, and organize over video chat and sort of other, other online tools. So I think, again, the idea of organizing chapters on the congressional district level, to me, makes a lot of sense right now, particularly because in the Wisconsin Green Party, we have space on our coordinating council, which is like the state decision-making body in between these membership meetings. We have space for congressional district representatives. So if each congressional district had a chapter, then all those chapters could elect a representative to the state party. And I think that would be a great step towards getting more active organization across the state and, also having a, coordinating council that's accountable to those congressional district chapters. So those are just my 2 cents. Would anyone else like to jump into discussion again about building the Wisconsin Green Party and, getting involved on the state level or the local level?
Well, I know that, oh, pardon me.
Yeah, would you like to get on the stack?
Oh, I'm sorry. How do I do that?
You can just say stack, or, we've been putting it into the chat, but
okay.
Yeah, Yes, and you haven't spoken too much today, so why don't you go ahead? I'll also have Patty on the stack after you.
All right. And here, I'll do this.
Yeah, you can just go ahead, Eric.
Oh, okay. Here, I was typing stack on the chat portion here. I was pretty much hoping to network with some people, regarding what Green Party candidates are doing for fundraising. I've taken a look at what we have to do in order to get our ballot signatures, and it's not going to be easy with the COVID-19 situation. It's not as simple as going to block parties or festivals and collecting signatures from local people who live in the area, because we just can't do that. So the only practical way to do that is by mail. And that's not horrendously expensive, but it does cost a little bit. To get all the registered voters, for example, in District 17, to get that list would be $185 from the state of Wisconsin. They do offer that. There are 31,535 registered voters in District 17. So if you think, how much it would cost to mail out postcards asking for signatures to that many people, that's, not hugely expensive, but not tremendously cheap either. So if there are people I can network with to help me out with that, that would be much appreciated.
Thanks. And yeah, so another thing which I totally forgot to mention before is when you finish, it can be helpful if you say pass or over,
Okay.
just to let everyone know. Yeah.
All right.
All right. So that we don't interrupt you. But yeah, I should have explained that before. So I have Patty on the stack. Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, I would just like to say that, as I mentioned in my membership outreach committee report, that we do have an organizing pack that's available and that we will happily share with anybody who's interested in maybe starting a local chapter, but you're not quite sure how to go about that. We have some great resources for you. So please do not hesitate to reach out to the co-chairs or to me, and we will. Jennifer's holding it up. She's prepared. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, we want to help you, and we need more chapters, local chapters across the state. So don't feel hesitant to just jump in there, and we will help you in any way that you need. Pass.
Thanks, Patty. Yeah, and also, Patty, if you could put your contact info in the chat as well. Yeah, and so the membership committee, again, has been working on materials for organizers, and as you know, the elections committee and Barb are very helpful for folks who are looking to run campaigns. We do have some resources that we can make available to candidates who we've endorsed, including our database, which has our database of Green Party supporters. Yeah, and also the pandemic has made fundraising difficult across the country. I know this from working with candidates and just sort of, reading around, and it's just kind of common sense that with an economic crisis, a lot of folks are feeling less able to donate than usual. So, it does present some challenges, but there are also opportunities. In a way, it's kind of a great equalizer. For example, some people have pointed out that it used to be that sort of the corporate candidates had access to cable news, and and they could look really shiny and professional up there on TV. Well, we would have to make sort of more grassroots style videos. Now everyone is calling in to, even if they're on TV, they're, calling in on Skype or Zoom from their house. So in a way, a lot of that kind of mental barrier is being erased. And if people do take advantage of social media and do sort of get a grasp on these online organizing tools, then that can be a big advantage. In a way, having a meeting like this, for example, in a way, for some people, it makes it more accessible. I mean, we know not everyone has the access to, computers and internet, and that's a problem that we need to address. But, it makes it so that you don't have to drive hours and hours to get to a meeting. And I think that's a good thing. So anyway, I guess, yeah, the bottom line is definitely get in touch with us with, whatever questions or requests you have. We'll try to help out. I see that Josh is on stack, so go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I just had a question. Is that a proposal that you were saying to make the organization by congressional district, or is that just a thought right now? I guess I think it's a good idea, but I'm also kind of concerned what that would mean for like a chapter like the Greater Milwaukee area where we kind of are divided up into lots of congressional districts. Pass.
Yeah, let me direct respond to that. So I think we can do both, and I think the Greater Milwaukee Green Party makes a lot of sense in that there are lots of people living close by in that area who it seems like having a monthly meeting has been successful. And I also think there are other parts of the state where that can be a lot more geographically spread out, where it can be hard to figure out, should you organize a chapter on the county level, just on the, city or town level. But you might have Greens, living an hour apart or more. And, the question can be, how does it make sense to organize? So my thinking is that for many places, starting with a congressional district organization makes sense because that encompasses a lot of people. And then as they grow, potentially they can form additional chapters within that area. So you could form more of like a county or city chapter once you have enough people, enough organization. But I think congressional district is a good place to start for many people. And also the way that the coordinating council works, we have congressional district representatives, we have representatives from each local, and we have at-large representatives. So there's sort of a chance for representation and participation from a few different levels. Yeah, so I don't think it's like either or that one would cancel the other out. Yeah, so I hope that kind of goes to answer that question.
I can add to that too.
Sure, yeah, and then we've got a couple of people on stack, but go ahead, Barb.
Yeah, so the coordinating council has been talking about this organizing structure for a while, at least a way for the coordinating council to work on building parties, local chapters and things. After the fall meeting, we had our we have an extra long in-person coordinating council meeting after each one of these meetings. And so we talked a lot about how to organize and how to work on that more. And this was the biggest way that we found that was important to us to figure out how to organize. It didn't have to do with taking away power from certain locals or anything like that. In fact, we hope that it would bolster locals and local involvement. And just so folks know, if you have a group of like 5 people and you want to form a local, that's a good size to start a local. I'd say 3 at the very least to work on that. But 5 people showing up once a month is a local chapter, and that's fine to start with. I'd like to see a lot more of those, even in Milwaukee County or in Dane County, and in some of these college towns too. So I'd like to see local organizing that's 3 to 5 people in a little group, and then maybe they send a representative to a county group or a district group. We can organize in many different ways, but we just figured we have these positions for the congressional districts at the coordinating council level. If we could help those districts organize a little bit better, that was a good way for us to start. So that's about it. Pass.
All right, thanks, Barb. Okay, so on the stack, we've got Jose, Monty, and Jim. So Jose, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to share a couple things of why I was drawn to the Green Party. It might be helpful for you. I don't know. Gathering some data on what might be future effective messages. Currently, I guess one of the things that I was really drawn to was the idea of ranked choice voting, the idea of having your voice heard, the idea that there is no such thing as a throwaway vote in a ranked choice voting system. That could be very attractive to people who feel like their ideas don't mesh well with either party, that they feel disenfranchised, and that that there's a point of giving up. Why even care about politics if nobody's gonna hear you out? And I know I'm personally not the most progressive on issues, but I know that there are things that I do support in the progressive cause. So that is one other thing that is attractive, that the Green Party is not unlike people who like the Democratic Party, but captures a lot of the good aspects of the Democratic Party. And then perhaps another idea that if these are really good ideas that the platform holds, there's no reason why they can't be articulated differently to different demographics. The same ideas, but messaged differently, delivered differently, so that they can be well received. That's just something to consider, and I'm sure you've all already heard about it before. Pass.
Thank you. So next up we have Monty.
I'm hardly sure where to start because I've been wanting to see this happen more in terms of the district organization. Am I coming through right, everybody?
We're getting a little echo. It's not terrible, but
let's get rid of it. Is it gone now? No.
No. It's fine. It's not terrible. Just go ahead.
Thank you. Is the point being, we have whole districts of this state, and I mean congressional U.S. districts that have one person representing them at a time sometimes. Maybe if we're lucky 2 or 3, or it's only 0 for a minute, because people usually step up as soon as they realize they're in that boat. But we need to somehow give resources to organizing at the district level, and I'm not sure which district level myself, but we gotta have a way to support building locals, and even if we're not driving all to the same place, Ultimately, we're trying to organize things like door knocking and petitioning, and that sometimes needs to be done closer to the ground. And so I've been long an advocate for this, and I had no idea it was even going on. But we need to support locals better, and forming groups of people and keeping some continuity of membership community within a district would be a really good start. And with this, it just makes it easier. It doesn't change the need. Pass.
Thanks, Monty. Okay. Next we have Jim Young.
Thank you. I guess I want to just add in that
we're getting more echo.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, Tom, do you have some solution to that?
Oh, is it me?
I don't know. I don't know if it's you. Here, I'll tell you what. I can mute everyone.
Hearing echo too. So.
Oh, you're better now, Jim. Go ahead.
All right. So I want to just advocate for trying to reconnect with some people that used to be Green Party members in Wisconsin, and that are still doing in the community work for the issues that the Green Party has been advocating for, and that these local officials that we have as members to help them and to touch base with some of their supporters. And another way to look at new membership and expanding that is kind of scouring the events boards at universities and local communities, at some of the homeless shelters, at some of the places that provide community support, and then different, it's not my thing, but people of faith and the communities there that have all of these components of working within their different communities, and the outreach to their members that are working on the things that we're working on. So I think if we can find a way to reconnect, we can get more people to maybe participate in our meetings. And if we move forward with it, including this kind of technology for people to zoom into the local meetings, that when we can finally get back together in person, we'll have an opportunity to have people join us in those meetings when they can't drive, and then maybe finding some coalitions of people or sources that do have the resources to Skype in or to Zoom in to meetings, that they share that with their neighbors again, and you can have 3 or 4 people joining in to a meeting from one site, even if they don't have a computer. So that would be a good way to work on growing that participation, and giving us an opportunity to know who our neighbors are too. Thank you. I'm done.
Thanks, Jim. Okay. So I don't see anyone else on stack right now. So I guess I will take the opportunity one more time just to make an appeal for people to join our committees. Again, the more people we have doing committee work, the more capacity we have to do things like offer resources for organizing. So I'd say, particularly the membership committee and the elections committee can always use more people. We also have IT, platform and policy, communications, campaign training school, and finance. So I will share that sheet one more time. Yeah, and I think, you know, a lot of people have shared really good ideas, you know, building those types of connections, like Jim was saying, you know, ranked choice voting and, you know, outreach beyond sort of your stereotypical green voters. I really like that idea. So Jennifer says in the chat about, you know, marketing. So yeah, and also, again, we have the communications committee, which is, you know, trying to expand our outreach and our message. So yeah, you know, it's been a long day. So if the discussion is kind of winding down, then I think, you know, that's absolutely fine. If folks have any more burning thoughts that they want to get out there, feel free to get on the stack. But otherwise, let's see. Is Datsa still on the call? I see. Let's see. I see Datsa in the participants. Datsa, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey. Well, I didn't tell you about this, but since you are officially moving out of Wisconsin soon, I wanted to take some time at our meeting to honor you and all the work that you've done over the years. And, you know, you really, as co-chair and so many other things, you know, you kept our party afloat this whole time. And, you know, I already miss you, and, you know, we're going to miss you a lot more. So hopefully, you know, we'll be seeing each other soon. But, you know, best of luck in Michigan, and, you know, thank you so much for everything that you do.
Well, thank you. It's so exciting to see so many people here today, that our party and our message is finally getting through to the people who I think can definitely turn this world around. If it can be, we are the people who can do it. We're the people we've been waiting for, and it just makes me feel so happy to see this many people working for a better world. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and so I think we're about getting to the end of the day here. And I know we still have some questions in the chat, so we will, you know, be working to take care of all of that. And we have shared some contact info, you know, just to make sure everyone gets their ballot, is able to vote, no problem. Again, voting will be open through midnight Tuesday. And yeah, just one more.
Dave?
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
So just to be clear on that boundary line, that means the entire day of Tuesday, people can vote. So the first, second of Wednesday, the election's over, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So all day Tuesday, you know, will be the last day to vote. And then, you know, once the clock strikes midnight, at that point, we'll call it. And, you know, then hopefully get the results out as soon as we can. Okay. So, and then Kurt has a question for me, but it probably would better go to Tom and Monty. What happens to the chat after the meeting closes? Do we keep the chat?
Yeah, it's automatic. I have that setting locked on, so I don't have to do anything. It automatically saves it.
And you get a choice to save it on your end, I believe. Not sure where.
Probably, yeah, the little 3 dots, ellipsis.
Okay, well, we don't have to get into the details, but it seems like we'll have it saved. The question about the final decision on delegates. And yeah, I believe, you know, we have folks who self-nominated. We also have folks who accepted nominations. I think that all has been recorded. Does someone have that list handy, just so we can double check before we sign off here?
Yeah, I'll go through it and make sure everybody who was nominated gets on the ballot.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just to be clear about people who were nominated, only those who accepted will get on the ballot. And so by that standard also, I talked to all of the people who left and were nominated, and Alex Brower said no, and Angelito didn't get back to me. So we have to make up the ballot. We can't continue to wait on that. So after this, Angelito will not be able to run any longer or be in the running for that, so that we can get to the voting part. So pretty much everybody else who either accepted or said no, that was on the call.
Okay, yeah, but you know, even if someone is not chosen a delegate, they can still attend the convention. So it's, yeah, I think you know, at the close of this meeting, we'll know who has accepted the nominations, and that's who will go on the ballot. So I've been notified there's still a couple of people on stack. Sorry, I missed you. One was Barb, the other was McAllister's. Barb, did you have something else?
Yeah, well, I feel like I should have some kind of a closing statement for this long day. I really want to thank everybody again, particularly all the folks who helped get this together. Again, I want to thank Datsa, myself as well. She's helped me on my journey becoming co-chair, because I'm the person who followed her in her footsteps, and her shoes were too big for me to fill, really, I think. And again, because we're in the middle of this crisis, I think it's really important for us to continue to stay very positive about what we can do and what we can change. A lot of folks are telling us that, no, that's just not the way the world works. We can't change such and such. We can't have healthcare for everybody. We can't get somebody in office we actually like. Well, that's ridiculous. It's all in the mindset. And to just go against the face of, just call it out for what it is and continue to move on and get the things that we need to get. That's really the important fight. And we're gonna, because we're in Wisconsin, we're in a swing state, we're probably gonna get hit hard by the criticisms, harder than others in New York who will vote green, or in California who will vote green. And we're also going to get a lot of folks here that are conservative who are looking for a place to go. And we should make sure that we're not denying them because they had worn a red hat on some occasion, or or if they're liberals, that they worn a blue hat on some occasions. we really need to make sure that we're very inclusive to those folks as well, and keep an open mind to what people have to say, especially in this kind of a time when so many people are suffering, where there's a lot of righteous anger on all kinds of sides, about how this crisis is handled, about all kinds of stuff. And a little bit of a plug, the Greater Milwaukee Green Party has set up kind of a complaint line / social gathering. We had one last Wednesday for a couple of hours on a Google Hangout. A whole bunch of people showed up and had a great time talking about gardening and about all kinds of stuff, about how they're dealing with the crisis, about the music that they've started to play again since they've been picking up hobbies. So we're going to continue doing those. And I'd like for anybody and everybody to join us on these calls just to stay social and connected. Social distancing may be okay for our health physically, but it's terrible for our mental health as human beings. And we need to continue to stay connected as much as possible until this is over, and hopefully go and get a little bit of sunshine out in your yard if you have one, or out just outside a little bit, because it's very important just to stay healthy for ourselves. Like that old saying about putting your mask on before you can put somebody else's oxygen mask on. So I'd like for everybody to stay safe, but also definitely keep in touch. You all have my number and my email address, and I can send out a message to everybody about our social calls on Wednesdays. And thank you all so much for coming and staying through the whole day. And with that, I pass.
Thanks, Barb. So let's see. We did have a couple others on stack. So McAllister's and Monty are also on stack. I'll put myself on just to say a word of closing. Promise I'll keep it brief. So McAllister's, go ahead.
Standard message from this corner of the party. When campuses come back, we really need to start organizing them again. I'll keep it to that.
Thank you. Okay, Monty, you're next.
Originally I got on the stack because I didn't quite understand the topic at the very moment, but I am going to want to say anyways, just to confirm with us all, that the selections are those accepted by or for support by the Presidential Campaign Support Committee of the GPUS as follows: Holly Hawkins, Dario Hunter, David Rold, and the choice none of the above, which actually means anybody below that on the rank. Is that what we're going to put into effect here?
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Again, yeah. So none of the
just wanted everybody and me to be clear on it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So in a ranked choice voting situation, you can think of it as none of the below. Right. So if you say, this is my first choice, this is my second choice, but I don't want any of the other choices, I would prefer no candidate, then you can put none of the above third. Yeah, so all right, so I'm next on stack, and yeah, I just wanted to echo what others said. Feel very grateful and happy to be in this group. Yeah, and also just a few special thanks. The membership committee did a ton of work to organize for this meeting. So I wanted to, in particular, thank Patty, Tom, Monty, Kurt, and of course Barb, for co-chairing and all that you do. And also I just wanted to thank, everyone who has run for office, everyone who has volunteered, gathered signatures. And I wanted to thank, both people who have been around for a long time, and also wanted to thank all the new people who showed up, and stuck it out with us, and, really added a lot to the conversation. And, I feel like I learned a lot just listening to people. So it's been a great meeting. And I promised I would keep my closing thoughts brief, so I'm going to keep it brief because some of I can go on and on. The Green Party has to be the party of solutions. Right now we're facing serious problems and we need serious solutions. The two-party system is a problem, not a solution. Ranked choice voting is a solution, and building independent politics is a solution. I think, it's a time to welcome people in. It's a time to be solution oriented, and, whatever we face going forward, I think we're on the right track. I think that's about all I want to say. So if anyone else has any burning thoughts that they want to share, then go ahead. If it's something that can we can keep it between, the officers and the coordinating council, just in terms of handling the vote. Why don't we save that for a little later? I mean, some of us can stick around and discuss those things. But I think, people have been generous to stick around for so long, and I don't want to keep people for any longer if we don't have to. Again, thank you all. I'll unmute everyone so we can all say, thank you and have a good one and enjoy the beautiful weather. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Bye, everybody.
Take care, everybody.
Hey, Bill.
Take care, all. It's been a great day.
If you want to hang out for a while, I'll be right here for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not going. Oh, what's the dog?
Oh, wow.
Hi to the dog.
All right.
On your Wednesday.
Bruce, say something. We want to see the dog.
What's the dog's name? Time for a walk.
This is Cooper. Cooper, say hi, everybody. It's always time for a walk.
Hi, Cooper.
Hello,
See you later, guys.
I saw another kitty.
Thanks, Bruce.
Hi, Jennifer. Thanks for hanging out all day.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be a beautiful day, a first good day, and then we're inside.
I think tomorrow is going to be nice too. So.
Yeah, and we had there's been 40-mile-an-hour winds all interrupting us all day.
There was a day last week that was 75. It's only 54 right now. So you're not missing the first good day we already did or didn't.
Yeah, it was very windy. I just went out and picked up my patio furniture. So better check on it because everything is blown over. Trash cans and.
West Dallas has a severe thunderstorm warning. 5:56 expires in 3 hours.
Oh shit!
It's just windy as far as I can tell.
I hope it stays nice.
Oh, it's expired. I stand corrected. Updated.
So I'm guessing we're not going to have any none of the aboves. Well, wait. I mean, and if we
it's feasible that none of the above could beat David Roll. That's my fear.
If we do, it's not going to
just simplify the math.
The software is not going to handle it properly.
Right now we got
that would need humans.
Then the Dems.
What was that, Jeff?
I said we've got more candidates than the Dems.
That's true.
Well, we also have less. They started with 20 team. Was it? I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, our peak.
We started with 7 or 8, and one promptly dropped out. Unfortunately, he had my favorite approach.
If anything, we should probably applaud these guys because they're bold enough to get out there and
Absolutely
at risk, and
yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy to run for president.
No. Although I'm glad that Kit ran, because now I can still say he's run, I think, every time since 1992. And talking to him after Nader smashed him good, that was disheartening. Because I was like the only one talking to him. That was a disheartening part. And he said, "Yeah, I'll probably keep doing it." I said, "More power to you, bro. Somebody's got to give an alternative." Is part of the way people look at that. That isn't as much the case anymore, but at this point, he's got some experience. I'm upset I can't vote for Kent. I'm upset I can't vote for Curry. I even want to vote for Chad.
Yeah, so are we still live streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should maybe stop that.
Yeah, we should probably cut the live stream at this point.
Right.
Dennis, are you with us? Can you do that for us?
I'll go. Oh, wait a minute. Am I muted?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you're
Yeah, it's on a computer in the other room, but and I have not. I have not babysat it, so for all I know, it died an hour ago.
No, it's still going.
Yeah, we're still going here.
I'll go stop it.
Okay.
Kill it.
Take me probably 5 minutes. I want to do it carefully. Okay.
If he had done it right there, that would have been the last way to kill it.
Okay. We're heading out, guys. We look forward to seeing the ballot, and we look forward to the next social.
Thanks for everything.
Thanks.
Since I'm not working, Barb, I'll probably talk to you on Wednesday at 4. So.
Okay.
So.
Are there any other people here that have questions, or I don't know?
We've got some silent audio onlys in here.
Yeah, who's the 608 number again?
It's not Farheen. That's all I can tell you.
608.
669-9414.
Yeah, Tom would probably look that up in a second.
Yeah, that's me. Hey, hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me? Yeah, this is Reed. I'm the 9414 number.
Oh, hey Reed. I didn't even realize.
I've just been lurking and listening. I didn't have a lot to contribute today. I'm gonna been in and out.
And
it was good.
How do you spell your name, Reed?
My first name is Read, and my last name is Eldred, Eldred.
Oh, sweet. Did I get it right?
Oh, I don't have the computer up. I'm just dialed in.
Can't see it. Never mind.
We got it.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Just asking the group mind then, I guess. Because I never trust my